Absolutely
why
not.
he doesn't care about these little small dispels. He's all about this macro play. Insane performance from him so far.
If Tundra don't have global ready to press, there just seems to be not a chance for them in these team fights, even with the BKBs and such. And as you say, just here, the fact that both Yuma and Analog are sort of able to dance around this carry Underlord, not give Chrysalis any sort of chance to get the damage done. And even here, when the Burst Strike connects, Yuma separating Analog from 30 Chrysalis.
Всем здорово, пацаны, welcome to Dota. Сейчас я чуть поднастроюсь. Сегодня чуть немного поздний старт. Я еще хочу зачекать очки фэнтези. На одном аккаунте средний результат, 90к, на втором очень грустно, 68к, это очень грустно. Поднимаем щиты. Болеем, пацаны. Так, сейчас я поднастрою. Вот, ну, залетели, так сказать. Я просто хотел поспать, потому что сегодня вечером интересная серия должна быть. И поэтому я, как бы сказать, вроде рано проснулся, я успевал по времени к началу, прям самому, но решил поспать, потому что, ну, силы нужны. Вчера все-таки я офнул стрим, но в итоге досматривал с телефона, там писец потная заруба была. Меня слышно еще, да? Да, отлично. Так, окей, вы пока смотрите, а я пойду зачекаю, короче говоря, аккаунт, что тут есть. Ну, кстати, занятно. Ага, вот оно как. Интересненько. Интересненько. А, вам надо звук включить, да? Сейчас.
BKB even on the Tusk, so the supports, they have ways to play around global. Greaves on the Shadow Demon, BKB on the Tusk, Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon. Lots of different ways to cover each other.
А, стой.
Alright, big
Кое-что
neutral
не
items as we
проверил,
see for
пацаны.
Tundra.
Сейчас
Dazoon
проверим.
on the Sand King, Dazoon on the Invoker.
Any big plays here from BZM at 33. Looks gonna be there. Yuma
again.
Ready to make sure that opening combo from Tundra doesn't do a lot.
And remember, this hook, it can catch people off guard because of the crazy low cooldown when you hook allies with that shard. Goes down to, what, 6 seconds if he does hook an ally. Picking up the Lincolns next for the Pudge. They're getting close to 25 on all 3 cores on Heroic.
I mean, they've got the Satanic done on Chrysalis, but as we've seen, he needs to get the hits in on the target.
He just can't attack, is the problem.
Yuma, again, making sure that it's not easy for Tundra to open up onto anyone other than the Pudge.
Yuma?
Sacks up. Trying to see what they can force out from him, though. Get the BKB out from Yuma. Challenge for the hook. Not going to grab them this time. 33 considering maybe making the jump, but the BKB comes to an end. He's in, but the refresher BKB's there from Yuma.
Heroic looking to disengage.
Tundra pushing Heroic back successfully.
Yuma wants no participation in this without his BKBs. He wants to finish that Lincoln's. Tundra gonna look to try to punish while those BKBs are on cooldown.
Yeah, they've got to be careful who shows here on Heroic, because Tundra very ready to make the jump.
There also is this Aegis at the ready still for Analog, so.
Even if they do get the connection, it's definitely not going to be an easy team fight for Tundra.
No. And as we said, multiple different saves. So, gotta be careful who you go for. $50 seconds for BKB on Yuma. Starting to inch their way forward. A sneaky ward as we see plays from Toby, but they do see it with their gem.
And Whisper again with this very chill strat, just saving up the money. He's getting very close to having the luxury of picking up that Hex and definitely potentially surprising Tundra with it.
It's a pretty cool approach from him that he's done.
He's doing this a lot this series, yeah.
It's catching people off guard, and they're giving him XP, so he's about to hit 25.
So yeah, 25, and with a potential full Cypher Vice that he could pick up for the next fight, Whisper.
Level 25 also hit for Analog. Quite a bit stronger in terms of his right-click damage potential. And he has been able to get some right-clicks off.
He really has.
Unlike Chrysalis.
I mean, in these team fights, you know, the supports of Tundra, they got to hide.
They do.
Because this Spider's been finding them time and time again, cleaning them up very quickly.
It's like the hardest game to play Silencer, really, at this point in the game. He's got Force Staff and nothing else. No defensive items possible for him. Tundra. Creep cutting, buying time, trying to waste out this Aegis as much as possible. 50 seconds until it does go away.
What are we seeing next?
It's just difficult for them to keep these targets held down, right? As we were saying, like we have to see for the fight for Tundra when they can actually get Christus to hit targets.
Yeah. Yeah, are we able to bring up the hero damage done? Just want to see if that does look not too hot, or if he's still been able to do a bit with the firestorms and such, because that can add up.
It can. I mean, Whispers is probably through the roof, right? His is probably highest, and it's like BZM in 33. But I imagine that the Underlord's damage done is quite a bit lower than the rest of the cores this game. Okay,
Yeah, so
I mean, not too bad. All things said.
BZM definitely carrying the team fights though in damage output right now.
Yeah. A lot of it just from like little physical poke too from his summons, as we see there from the Force Spear and the Dominator.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, when you have your carry with kind of like this AC Satanic and soon to be Daedalus, right? You need to have a lot being done by him.
Рошана, команда сражения, руны убийства. Смерти, как вы, позволили из много
Will not allow them to take that shrine. They'll be able to claim both.
Это мало.
Talking about damage done, so Saxa's got a Deso on the way out.
That's an interesting pickup. From what we've seen and what I've seen most of the times on these Monkey Kings, it is just the Scotty pickup usually is the route that they like to go for because it applies, of course, with that Wukong's and it's very strong, but looks like he wants to have more physical damage in the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. If they can get the hits in, right, with the Deso, the AC, the Underlord, once he gets the stacks built up, like, the hits are going to be hard.
I'll have to see if it pays off for him.
Saxa. Oh, they're going to find him. Schofield there, catching him with a punch, pretty much sort of mid-jump.
And he also didn't go BKB, right, too. He's gone for the Pipe Diffusal build, but does feel hard for Saxa unless he's literally just playing in the tree line during the Wukong. I'll have to see if it does pay off for him. Maybe just thinking that they have too much magic damage and he just needs straight physical extra, but Heroic, very prepared.
Yeah, Analog's continuing to scale massively. That dispersing, getting the full Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor to take. Schofield will get the shard.
And Schofield is going to start queuing up that Aghanims as well, so will get stronger and stronger in terms of what he can do in the fights. He could just potentially punt the Monkey King out of his Wukongs.
Taking the Monkey King away.
There's no Desolator then from that, or he can just punt the
33.
You know, yeah, he can do a lot this game. Even Chrysalis, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get these hits in. He's getting
immobile hero.
He's going to get kicked away.
This could be pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. I mean, he's struggling to get the hits in as it is. If he's getting kicked in the face, he's going to struggle even more.
Yeah, we'll see it when Schofield is able to get that, as eventually it does seem like he will. We did see also point out Yumo had hit 25, hit one of the stronger 25 timings for a Pudge. That Dismember is incredibly strong when you have two of them at that increased duration.
Yeah, little things as well. Blink online now for King Jungles. So between that, the Force and the Greaves, he's ready to bail heroes out. I mean, we've seen already how good Heroic's lineup is at saving one another in a multitude of fashions, whereas Tundra, very limited if someone gets jumped.
Just so much save.
Tempest, Frost.
Level 20 as well, something you don't see too often on the Shadow Demons. I always like to point this one out, is the Disseminate. It's 50% share damage. It is pretty insane how much this can actually dish out. Also just to protect allies, it makes them that much tankier. Tundra.
It's just, can they ever really try and go on this Pudge?
They're gonna try. Dispel.
Schofield! He's gonna make the jump in, close in, they get the burst strike on a Whisper. Whisper, is he able to survive? BKB's gonna be there in time, and he's able to get the Supernova off. They're gonna turn straight towards the egg, they'll kill it off successfully. On the back lines though, King Jungles and Analog chase down BZM. The buybacks coming in from both Whisper and BZM.
Crystallis.
The fight locking down Crystallis. He's gonna start to try and heal up, but they're holding back with the disruption. He's gonna get surrounded, punched up. Can he actually get the hits off Crystallis? He cannot, as Crystallis is gone out of the fight. 33 will get back in with the Burrow Strike. The Hex to fall off the Whisper with the BKB, and the second Supernova hits there. They're going to try and kill the egg off with this buyback from Crystallis. But 33's dead. He has to buy back. Crystallis can't kill the egg in time. They're just killing them off one by one. There's a dieback on BZM. This fight's an absolute mess for Tundra as Heroic overrunning them. Crystallis trying to hit back, but again the shards holding back. The dieback on him. They're losing lives left, right, and center, Tundra. They just do not have what it takes to stop Heroic.
They're all dead. All three cores are gone. Heroic's got everything. Whisper with the buyback. They're ready to end it.
They're absolutely ready to move on here in the lower bracket. Heroic ready to go down the mid.
Oh, I mean, Whisper, that's why he's been holding the gold too. He can just buy an item,
And it's
join in the
over.
fray, and it's done.
GG is called. Heroic will move forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Tundra 2-0.
Unreal team fights from Heroic today. They came in and ready. That was a beautiful display. This last fight in particular too, you can see how confident they were. They saw one hero, their buddy gets jumped, they just jump Whisper with no hesitation. Yeah, he dies, his egg gets killed, but he buys back, jumps into the fray immediately, and they just completely outnumbered them. Tundra, it looks like they don't know what hit them.
I don't think they do that last fight. The chaos that Heroic would bring, just a beautiful culmination of what they've been able to show so far in these two games. I mean, this is sort of the Heroic, but I think people were expecting to see yesterday. We didn't get it then, but today we get absolute peak Heroic.
It's relentless aggression, truly to their name. Schofield, crazy plays from the Tusk. Have to give a ton of credit to the double supports. Both games styling, making crazy moves in comparison. But yeah, what a game overall. Heroic came in with a plan. Their first big pudge, they flex it, they switch things around. They get Whisper on this Phoenix, and my God, if this guy gets Phoenix around some of these games, it is very terrifying.
Tough end of the road here for Tundra, not quite able to do it today. Of course, they did well to come this far, having to play on with the stand-in. Toby obviously is doing an excellent job stepping into the role, but was not quite enough today to give them the chance to take a game, let alone the series, against Heroic. I mean, moving forward, Heroic, they've got to be a pretty nasty team to try and draft against, right? When they're able to pull this sort of stuff out, it's like, are you banning the budget? The flexibility they have with it is pretty ridiculous. Yuma gets to show up with it this game.
I mean, Moon said it himself too when he was on the coach interview. They flex like crazy, so it's hard to predict them, but also they are, I'll call them kind of trendsetters in a way, because they're not doing what the meta has been sort of dictated. Right? How many Dominator plays have we seen? How many creep cutting teams playing slow, waiting for timings? That is not Heroic. Heroic is just relentless. They're looking for plays, looking for fights, playing on every timing. And yeah, this was a very fun series in particular.
Почему Тоби такой довольный?
And especially to come back after what was a pretty rough game too yesterday, right? They were getting kind of outplayed on kind of all fronts in that second game, and then to come in today, and Analog in particular, he stepped it up massively. A beautiful 2 games from him, and to come in with something like this Brood, again, you got to remember, came in as the 3rd pick and still had an incredible impact with this mid-Brood. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic moving on 2-0. They knocked Tundra out.
I'm here with Analog from Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us. And much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
And you're not just securing top 6, but you are doing it in style. I mean, we had Phoenix, we had Broodmother, we had Pudge. You guys just picking whatever you want. I mean, who is enabling this level of creativity in this team? Who is just letting you guys do what you want?
Yeah, we have to be bold. We are here to prove themselves. So, yeah, we have to be men and pick whatever we want. You know, first pick Pudge, pick Brood. Caps, our coach, is trusting us. The players are trusting themselves. Also, Mongo's doing a very good job. Thanks, everyone.
And I think it's only natural that we take a minute for the fans. I know you love doing this, Analog. Please say something in your home language to the people watching at home and, of course, here in the arena as well.
First, thanks everyone that's here. It's amazing to be here. The aura of this arena is so insane. Thanks everyone in home that's cheering for us. Bora, caralho!
One win away from the best result ever at an international. Give it up for Analog and Heroic.
The crowd is just going crazy for Heroic here. They were up again, still in that lower bracket there on the verge of elimination, but a 2-0, they come in, they get the job done, and like you said, Jenkins, leading into this one, if they win with it, it's going to be with style, and my goodness, wasn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree with Nomad. They are picking whatever they want. They are saying, we do not care what the meta is. We do not care that everybody is complaining how broken this Helm Dom thing is. They're completely breaking it. And if you want to be a champion, if you want to win this entire thing, this is what you have to do. This is what teams historically have done, is that there is one pervasive meta that's happening, and the one team that can manage to break it, they win the entire thing. So it's really nice to see from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, the Brood pick kind of stopped the Helm from doing its job, right? Because they are constantly controlling the mid section of the map. And Brood is also one of those heroes that we always talk about which core can actually kill the creep without expending too much time, right? So Brood is one of them that can connect over and just kill the creep.
Yeah, there is something more important, though, that we do have to quickly get to. Of course, where there is a winner in an elimination match, there is, unfortunately, a team that we have to say goodbye to as well.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Nat. I'm here with 33. Obviously, I wish we were having a conversation under different circumstances, but this year you guys have gone out in the lower bracket at this stage. Unexpected for you, I'd suggest, but also you're playing with a stand-in. Toby deserves a shout-out for getting you this far, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he played great, and he came exactly when we needed him, and yeah, big thank you to Toby.
Indeed. What makes this team so hard to play against? Because a lot of people have been saying the Heroic are a very fast team, they're kind of unpredictable. What is so difficult about this team?
I think they just play a lot differently than most other teams, I guess. Pretty much all of the top teams right now, especially at this event, not always. They play very safe and they're very like chill, they don't really take risks. And these guys are kind of the opposite. They are always ready to take risks, and you know, Schofield is like charging into 5 heroes. You know, if he dies, he goes again. If he dies, he goes again. So I would say they play, I guess, with less care, and I guess we got caught off guard by it, even though we knew it was coming. And yeah, good luck to them, and hopefully they can do it for other teams as well.
Indeed, they did play very well, so they were worthy opponents. Let's talk about next season. Obviously, this season has ended for you. What are your plans for next season as a team and for you personally?
I think we'll see how it goes. Obviously, it's not the kind of stuff to discuss in a post-loss interview.
I'm just trying to get some info, got to try. And finally, obviously, you guys have a lot of fans around the world watching Tundra and rooting for you guys. Do you have any words for them at the end of this season now?
Just thank you for everyone who was watching us. I know it was a disappointing end to the season for us, but yeah, we received a lot of love and support throughout the whole season. We had a lot of good results, so thank you, and you know, sorry it had to end this way.
We're very sorry to see you go. Let's get a big round of applause for Netta and Team Tundra. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again soon. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ted. Yeah, an abrupt end to the Tundra journey here. Definitely not what people expected. Actually, only 16% of people predicted that Heroic were going to take this series. There wasn't really that faith when it comes to that wider audience, and Heroic having that carefree sort of playstyle that 33 just mentioned there, that's what really got them the win here, Lacoste. The fact that they're able to shake things up between a Game 1 and a Game 2 when it comes to execution.
Being unpredictable, I think this is the big part of it. Drafting like this, where nobody expects you to go for these type of heroes, and something that he talked about is Schofield. This guy's a maniac. This is how he played throughout his whole career, pretty much. You know, these are his heroes as well. We're talking about Clockwork. We're talking about Tusk that he just played as well. These are his signature heroes that he really excels playing, and I would say that when they go for something like this, you gotta respect it. But we also seen them adjusting. After what happened yesterday, we talked a lot about this Monkey King position 4. It didn't work out when they were playing against the P-Vision, but this time around they let it go through, which is also a bit of a statement saying that we can beat this. Like, we can compete with the best teams in the world, playing our own strategies, not going for these Helm of the Dominators, but if you go for it, we're gonna punish you for it.
A fine line between that stubbornness, right, of if it's going to work out or not, but also confidence in knowing we did have an answer. That just wasn't that execution. But I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about Yuma, right, because he was the big standout in how this early game played. Game 1, Tundra expected some early gate rotations from Yuma. It didn't come. In game number 2, they were actually caught off guard by the fact that he then went back and started doing those rotations.
Yeah, this time around they did not place an observer board, so it did allow Yuma to go through the Twin Gate, something that he's really known for, something that he does use the most out of every carry that I've seen so far at the tournament. And look who it is. It is Schofield. You don't expect them to be at this point of the game in this particular part of the
it's
map.
6 minutes.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in. He's going like, this is the type of Dota that they want to play. They want to be very chaotic. Then 9 minutes in, they're going to be doing the same thing, going to the Twin Gates, pairing up with Schofield again, getting a kill on Saksa. But it also shows the type of Dota they want to be playing. They want to be playing aggressive, getting some of these early kills, and try to snowball from there.
And also they don't play by the rules, right? I mentioned 6 minutes because what is 6 minutes? You go to the rune and you control the rune for your mid laner. They don't care, you know? They're just doing, okay, I see this guy, he's walking into my territory, I want to kill him. That's it.
That's the risk, is like if you make this play and you're sacrificing what is the normal order of operations, which is go mid for the power rune, you are sacrificing something for nothing, and you can legitimately just like lose the game. This is why I love that 33 was saying that.
I think it allows them to go for this type of a play because they don't care about 6-minute rune, because you do have Broodmother who is level 6 at the time.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can send the spiders, kill the runes. Invoker doesn't care too much about the runes, neither does Broodmother. So it does allow them to go for this type of a play.
Yeah.
It wasn't all love and lust for the side of Tundra. Yes, there were those early parts that kind of catch you off guard, but there were still a lot of great moments for them when it came to team fight. That was something you guys highlighted so much about the strength of their draft, was the team fights. And early on, around 10, 11 minutes, that's when we started seeing it kick into gear and take place.
I mean, all this also came down to the fact that the Brute, he was able to control a lot of the map here. And you can see the Monkey King setting up right away here. Like, again, you know, trying to create some space for Crystallis to farm.
Really pushing the limits on the hero here on Monkey King. He's actually gonna be surviving, and really nice spell casting coming up from BZM's Invoker. Always a 3 to watch pretty much, but 11 minutes in, I wanted to see this type of a play from Tundra, seeing that they have overwhelming team fight, which is gonna result in multiple kills. Sure, Saksa is gonna die in the end, but they're sticking around for another 35 seconds. They feel like they can still be taking the fight. They have Global Silence ready, pretty much all the green lights on the top already, except for the Wukong's command that they just used. They're gonna be ready to clean up. Invoker at this point of the game, he feels relatively strong. Does having that Helm of the Dominator, does having multiple Forge Spirits, and this time around they will be killing Whisper and killing his egg, because we've seen this Underlord being utilized really well in terms of dealing with the early Broodmother aggression that she wants to do, and also coming in with this global presence, bringing that +1, being able to get a couple of extra hits onto that egg.
And by the way, 33 went treads on Sand King, so he had more like right-click potential for the egg. I love that he does this. This is why like this is such a... It's a sad series to see Tundra go, because you know that they're the ones that are going to come up with these little cool micro things about the game that makes Dota so beautiful, you know. Worked out in that situation, killing the egg. It did give them an advantage in the game, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't eventuate to it, but you do talk about like this global aspect of it, the mobility of Tundra too, and that could have been something that was great against how aggressive Heroic were going, but there weren't always connections, Jenkins. Sometimes a pickoff happens, and in one of the particular situations, that then leads into a rough fight.
Yeah.
For
Нихуя,
this
так
was the
мало
big one,
улучшений.
and the reason that Tundra was not expecting it was because this is 4v5. Whisper's the strongest hero. He was not there, and Heroic still goes for it anyway, and they make the play. From this, you can see Crystallis is still dead. They rotate everybody towards bottom, then they get a kill bot. This transitions into even more kills, and then they take Roshan. So like from a single extremely risky play, smoking 4 versus 5, not only 4 versus 5, but your strongest hero is dead. So you're banking on the fact that Tundra's gonna split up, because nobody who's sane is going to smoke with the strongest hero being dead while in a disadvantaged game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they only did that because there was a ward there, right? They saw the position of the heroes. That's why they decided. It wasn't like a blind risk, you know. They saw the hero's position and they decided.
They knew everybody else had to have gone portal because nobody walked back through the river. So if they find somebody in the river, they're alone.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to they're really calm in the situation, even though one hero was dead, and they made the right decision and they played really well there.
There is one moment that was probably very unfortunate. I'm not going to say it was the turning point by any means, Jenkins, but definitely an unfortunate moment that you like to have a little bit of a laugh over.
We have to rewatch this. I mean, this is just one of those things about Dota. There are so many mechanics in this game that you have the Underlord portal blocking Crystallis on the cliff there. And in a lot of situations, like, okay, I'll go back through the portal, I'll, you know, TP out. Right? Not against a punch. Like, in that situation, you're stunning yourself to get hooked in as one of the strongest heroes in the game. I mean, at this point, he's a carry, right?
You know what the Chinese name for Underlord is? It's Big Ass, for this particular reason. He gets stuck easily.
That was a washing machine type situation for him there.
Yeah, okay, really, really
job,
just
guys.
stuck in that one. We're gonna move forward because I don't know how to from that. Is our scoreboard here for the end of the game, Heroic 2-0. The numbers are just lining up as well for you, Winter, where you're like, Heroic, for a series, that game one is so dependent for their momentum throughout it.
Yeah.
They come in, get another 2-0.
They come in, they have a plan, and if the plan works, it works, and if it doesn't, according to the stats, it doesn't work, they don't really adjust very well. But this game, they didn't really need to adjust, but I would like to really comment on this Brood. I think this Brood is a pick where it really made life very, very difficult for the Invoker. The Invoker couldn't really push the mid tower, they lost control of that section of the
Сатаник
map.
принес бы
And
больше, где-то тысяч
a lot of the plays
на...
were happening because the mid wave is
на
pushed out, right?
6
Because as Brood, it's
где-то.
very easy to push out the mid wave.
Ну,
And whenever you push out the
больше
mid wave,
шансов.
it means that your team has the advantage to execute ganks on the map, and I felt like that actually played a huge role in the game.
Yeah, every core really stepping up to what was needed for them, but the carry Pudge was the biggest one. This team, Heroic, the chef's kiss coming out.
That was amazing. Amazing gameplay.
It was really good because yesterday they had that strat come out as well, right? We didn't know where it was going to go, the potential flex, it ended up being off lane, didn't work out. They're still running it back. They're still banking on people thinking that it's a flex, not really knowing where it is, and this time it just finds so much success in the carry role.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it fits Yuma's playstyle perfectly, like a hero that can run around and get kills and be active. And I do think this is something that I've seen a lot in pro-level pubs that was popular before TI even started, which was people were going for BKB Refresher. And legitimately, like, you don't need armor items if you can refresh the flush heap. That's like the idea. And refresh the Dismember, refresh your BKB. It's like, it feels like he's immortal for this, like, 12-second period, and I do think Pudge is a lot better of a core than people are realizing. I mean, Heroic knows it.
Yeah.
Now Tundra does as well.
And when it came to it too, they're putting so much effort on looking at Whisper in this game number 2 because of how well he did in game number 1. And so that's why we're kind of praising a lot of the other cores on the side of Heroic, what they were able to do. But Purge, I know that he has a little bit more praising to do for the side of Tundra.
That's right. They had great heroes for beating the Phoenix, but the rest of the lineup had some issues. They picked Phoenix because he's going to be able to lane well against the carry Underlord, deny or lower his attack speed, deal damage, get last hit as a range hero. But the problem is that they picked it into a counter. The Silencer is very, very good against the hero. So when you hit him with the last word ability, that makes it so that when you cast your next spell here, you're going to end up taking damage. So he ends up killing himself in this circumstance, but it gets worse than that. The main problem is that their opponents also have gap close. So when he even wants to egg with those treads on the Sand King that Jenkins mentioned, or the other gap close heroes between the Monkey King, or even the Underlord ulti coming in, it's very easy for them to kill the egg. So Whisper, despite picking himself into a good lane, he had to deal with the global silence and the mobility. Here's an example of the global silence that's very tough. As the fight begins, he just gets global silence, he can't press egg. And interestingly enough, he really delayed buying protection for that. He ended up going the Spirit Vessel into the Shivas before finally solving that problem. But the good thing is that all of this focus that goes on him leaves space for Heroic to win team fights afterwards, because then the global silence is on cooldown. The rest of his teammates can basically take a straightforward fight in a normal way, because they don't have to worry about getting silenced. That kind of undermines what Tundra has going for them. And then if Whisper gets to go first, then he also doesn't have to deal with these problems as much. There was no global silence in this case, but look at the amount of damage he can output with just a Veil and the Spirit Vessel. It's very good stuff. So here's the fight where he finally gets his solution here. He picks up his BKB at this fight. Got kind of close, but presses BKB once coming back from the dive, and this finally allows him to say, no, I'm not going to die at the start of these team fights. And this was basically the turnaround point of the game. It was even up until this point, back and forth, 2k advantage. That BKB was a big game changer, allowed Whisper to basically unlock gigantic damage potential and no longer be a vulnerability for their team. And that's really when they started to get ahead and close out the game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We always see it, we talk about this team fight. What exactly is it that changes? Is it a certain item timing on a hero? In this case, yes, definitely. Sometimes it's levels as well. You just got to play that patient waiting game and live throughout those team fights. That's the biggest issue that teams have faced before in the past, Lucas.
Yeah, for sure. I think Whisper has a great understanding. He had a great series overall, but he has a great understanding which items he needs to buy in certain situation. I think the whole squad also complements each other really well. You did talk about the BKB refresher, not having any BKB piercing abilities, and then Whisper comes in. He's staying on top of the network throughout pretty much the whole game as a Phoenix, which is super impressive. And his damage numbers are also through the roof. Core Phoenix does insane amount of damage and gives you insane amount of heal. Plus, also, they do have Shivas, they do have also Aghanim Scepter and Pudge, which does allow them to counter this Underlord, who has Mask of Madness. You're playing against Monkey King, not a core, but still not allowing them to get any kind of heals. You want to get that Satanic eventually on your Underlord. It's just completely negating it. So they are just not playing it for one step of the game, but also taking like 2 steps ahead.
I totally agree. Like, I think a less skilled team would have their Phoenix go Yule Scepter or Lotus Orb. And it looks goofy that he doesn't have the solutions to such an obvious counter. Like, Heralds know that Silencer counters Phoenix. You play against it once, and you know that it counters Phoenix. So you want to buy the counter items, but he realized in the early game, somebody needed to do the damage. So they just need to play the fights differently so that he doesn't just die. Or if he does, his team is getting something for the death, that the death has value. And once again, I'll just go back to, like, this is how South America has traditionally played games and won games, is they're really good at team fighting. So it's really nice to see them win this series by doing exactly that.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch, getting to see Heroic continue on their journey in the international. But we're going to change the pace a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at one of our finals from the short film contest.
Мне этот ролик не нравится, ребят, в сравнении с другими, не то что очень. Золото ему дало меньше, чем баш. Не, мне не очень нравится этот ролик. Я бы поставил, короче, из всех роликов, что я посмотрел, я бы поставил. А я все посмотрел. Короче, мне больше всех понравился ролик на этого с Undying'ом. Также история Дровки. И также эпический замес, где Джиггернаут и Дровка. Вот эти. Я бы ставил их на топ-3. Но если с точки зрения красоты еще, качества, да, условно. То есть там есть где антимаг и Лина, он очень качественно сделан. Вот, так что лайк. И с челом, который снялся в ролике без анимации. Ну, по идее, он не должен победить, потому что безанимационные ролики здесь обычно не побеждают, но в целом реализация неплохая. Инденский веди. Там Шанни, что ли? Блять, вот абузеры фэнтези нашлись, это пиздец. Из-за того, что топ-100 имеют настолько большие очки. Остальным не то чтобы так, скибиди. И... Кто еще там был? Я ставил 20-го. 21-го. О, представление команд. Давайте, ТТ, ребят, ебите. Если сейчас ТТ въебут, то фэнтези пизда, походу. Есть такое ощущение. Бля, ребят, ну конечно, Нигма молодцы, но, блядь.
We've seen them hit TI Grand Finals. We've seen them win before. We've also seen them, though, in this lower bracket. They're going to have to bring everything they possibly can if they want to hit that success again, especially up against fan favorites.
А, вот этот кадр крутой. Был с Джейчем.
Enigma Galaxy.
Just how exactly are the stars aligned for these 5 players? So far, everything has been an uphill battle. Time after time have they had to prove themselves against tougher opponents. This time around, it's on the main stage. It's elimination, and it is still a best of 3 that could go and turn at any point for themselves.
Yeah, once again, another really brutal series. I mean, that's all we're going to see here in the elimination games. You know, Team Nigma, they have Sumail, North American pride. You know, they have the 2 players, Noob and Omar, who they put the MENA region on the map. You know, it's...
I'll be happy no matter what. There'll be a C player moving forward.
I knew he was going to. I knew he was going to mention Go.
I was seeing how long it would take for Winter to mention it, but he's straight there with it. Yeah, Tidebound, Enigma Galaxy. They've got a lot of different players for them. We've seen.
Yeah.
The side of Tidebound, though, this is the one that I want to start with because Enigma Galaxy, their roster, they've had some changes, role swaps, whatever. But Tidebound, there's a stability when it comes to the off-lane duo, right? Y and Bark, or previously known as Faith Beyond, they've been together for years. 2014, I believe, was the very first year that these two were playing together as a duo. And the only time they took a break away from playing with each other was when Faith Beyond retired for the first time.
Yeah, this is an iconic duo. They are truly bubbies of the world. They have the world record for the most wins together as a duo. 1,016 wins as a duo, as bubbies, with a 60% win rate. Just an incredible story. I mean, you can't mention Tidebound without mentioning Wings. You know, they have a bunch of the Wings players, and then they have some standout, Chinese players.
The coach,
the coach, Blink, he's also part of the legendary Wings squad.
They have 3 out of 5 of Wings.
Yeah, very reminiscent of how much success they've been able to do. We're seeing there, as you said, Jenkins best of bubbies. So many games, and that's wins, right? That's how many games they've won, not played. So it's not a 60% win rate of 1,000 games. They won over 1,000 games together.
And it's interesting because usually you see the duos and it's like a side lane duo, whereas with Bach and Y, they're not always playing together in lane, right? This is like a position.
You know how they're connected together? One is the captain and one is the off lane. You always have to keep your off laner happy.
This is true. This is true. And I think for Bach, friendship and trust and respect and all of these things matter a lot for him. Like, I know he's the type of player that if he likes something, he'll play it. He'll ask for it. He'll ask him what he wants in the draft, and he'll perform with it. So I think that the trust layer to, playing with him for a long time definitely matters a lot when it comes to drafting.
I mean, it's the priority as well. I think he's one of the type of offlaners where he needs priority in a draft. Maybe if you talk about someone like Saberlight, he doesn't need as much priority. But I think for Bart or Fateban, he's a person that he's going to take a lot of space, a lot of farm. He wants the later picks. He wants to have the matchup advantage. So he needs to be prioritized.
Yeah. No, you go, Jake.
I think he often has the right idea, too. Like, I think he's an underrated person when it comes to developing the meta. People, there's a lot of new guys on the block, like the 9 classes of the world that are defining new meta stuff, but Bach was the first person that I saw go for Dominator on Centaur. You know, he'll play Queen of Pain offlane before other people. He's still playing it, and honestly, I think this is quite an underrated hero. So he has very unique ideas on the game, and it's good to see a team around him that does trust him on those.
Yeah, they have a lot of unique heroes as well that they do like to play. We're talking about, you know, they love to play Timbersaw, even though this hero didn't still win a game. They're going to be playing Ogre, Juggernaut. You know, Chinese teams, they love to run their Juggernaut as well, but nothing to say. Got to be careful about this guy. He loves his Primal Beast, he loves his Pango, he loves his Tinker. I would say that he has pretty similar hero pool like Malrine does. Like, he has a couple of specialty heroes that he loves to run from the mid lane, and he tends to be very explosive.
I mean, not to mention they have like a position for A, right? Not everyone actually does it. So they have a bunch of unique heroes picked by them, you know, and they have their own way of enabling those heroes.
Yeah, and that was definitely something targeted towards Tidebound, was that Ancient Apparition that you talked about. But on the side of Enigma Galaxy, right, we talked about just how the longevity of Bark / Faith Beyond and Y has been in their careers together. The inverse is you have Noob and Omar. So they were a similar sort of story. They've been on past teams together, PSG Quest, all the way back at TI. What was that, 12 is where we saw them? But Noob was a mid laner back then, right? He's only been transitioning over to an off laner for about 1 year now, almost on the dot to the day. And now he's partnering with an ex-teammate. They are still in that lane together, still in the same team together.
I would say Omar is like the really stable one. He always kind of delivers, pretty similar to what other position 4s from the top teams are doing. Like, he's definitely up par with them in terms of the lane shenanigans, if they want to play into unfavorable matchups as well. Noob, I would say, needed a little bit more time. It does happen when you're transitioning from the other role to the off lane as well. And I think he's in a really good spot right now. Very interesting player, and definitely expanded his hero pool, playing like 10 different heroes so far. And things are looking good for NGX.
I agree. I think when the roster swap initially happened and Noob was switched to offlane, I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells like didn't expect him to eventually do very well, because for the quest lineup, like, that entire roster was incredible. Like, they were explosive onto the scene. So I think it was only a matter of time for Noob. He kind of started where he was transitioning some of his mid heroes to the offlane. We saw a lot of Snapfire offlane, which, by the way, he could still play. He could still pull that out, but then eventually he started learning the you know, more traditional offlaners. But he still does pull out the mid.
Style, I would say, when I first saw him, always felt like he's more towards like a team-based mid laner.
Yes.
But I feel like it might actually be better.
Agreed.
Here, initially, I saw if he played an offlaner, and right now we can see him having success on the offlane. And there you go, the common heroes that they have. And you see some, like the A that I mentioned, is only for Tidebound. I don't remember or recalling anyone else doing like a position 4A in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the interesting ones that are in common, though, the Shaker and the Shadow Fiend, they're not surprising in any way of teams wanting to play them, but I'm just surprised how many times they're able to actually play it, right? And it's very even. Tidebound getting it 4 times for the Shaker, Enigma Galaxy 3. Same with SF, 3 for Tidebound, 2 for Enigma Galaxy there. So it's interesting where it's like, are these where their wins are coming from? Is it more actually the heroes on the unique side that they're finding that success with, and you might only need one of those more stable meta heroes?
I think the distinct thing that you're going to see in the game, and from the heroes just now that we saw, is one team like Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be probably more focused on the mid laner. They're going to be playing around like Sumer more, whereas for Tidebound, they're going to be playing more on the side lanes, right? Ensuring Bug gets a good start, then you try to play, get your Helm game going on, or get the auras going on. So it'll be a very difference in style, you know, coming to clash here.
100%, and I really do want to mention the Lone Druid. We have to talk about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this was a big player in the previous series. I don't think either team, I mean, obviously Enigma's thinking about it, but I don't think Tidebound is going to have watched the series last night and not have this on their mind as a potential...
I mean, do you think he falls in the category of a Helm counter-ish hero? Like, he kills the Helm creep, or he deals with it.
He can. He definitely can. We saw some early Aghanim Scepters coming out from him and Pure, I believe. So you can be anywhere on the map and be able to deal with that Helm of the Dominator, which is super annoying.
Yeah, we could talk some more about this, but all I really want to do is give our audience our Game 1.
Team Tidebound versus Enigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Ну, у него смоки.
Yeah,
Лорды
another
4.
elimination. One already today, a second is going to happen in this best of 3. we didn't really talk about Tinker that much, right? That is something that P-Vision is a bit more synonymous with because it's going on something unique to carry, but you still have to worry about a nothing to say Tinker. It's gonna be so dominant and heinous.
And nobody likes talking about the hero, nobody likes playing against the hero, except for the person playing the hero. And this is a menace right now. I think part of the reason why the hero kind of resurfaced is because of this, like, you need a core that can deal with the split push from the helm. And Tinker can kind of do that easily.
It's so easy, yeah. And his scaling is so good that Satanic has played it as a carry.
Yeah.
So I agree with this ban. It's honestly, the way that I see it is Tidebound has last pick. And so you may as well just ban it in the first phase. You know you're eventually going to have to use a ban on it.
Lycan coming out from the first phase. This hero gives you the lane push. We talked about some of the teams so far struggling, dealing with the lanes, dealing with the helms. Now you have pretty much two things. You have your own wolves, you have your helm, and you also have your own shards. You're randomly spawning these wolves into random lanes and being able to always pretty much push out the lanes. You have a bit of a global presence, reducing the armor as well. So that's pretty nice. Plus you also have Roche taking potential. Supports currently don't like the... I don't think they ever did like the playing into Lycan whenever there's this zoo meta. Certain supports, like the ones that you did mention, like Ancient Apparition.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you can't really play into Lycan. You're just getting dismantled.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You kind of have to be something that is more unconventional. Like yesterday we saw the Wyvern. I think Wyvern's kind of okay. Other than that, maybe a CM. Like CM I think sometimes can be good with the barrier, can be good with the Frostbite to set up kills on the creeps.
Okay, so they go for a lane counter to start off with. You can...
I mean, the other thing about this pick is they play Gyro on Planet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him play this hero before. So it could also be a flex pick.
Yeah, they're not locking in their draft.
Which I feel like when we were talking about sides, right? I always mention that it's easier to draft when you're on the first pick because not every team has a flex hero or anything that can move around. Because on the second pick side, whenever you're picking the 16 and 17 picks, whenever you don't have a flex pick, then it can maybe be difficult for you because the opponents know exactly where your heroes are going, so they can get a very good 18 picking. So if you can find a way to make sure that the draft is not easily figured out by your opponents, you're always going to be putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flex. Like, if something like a Doom comes out, something that counters Gyrocopter, you can just say, okay, it's a support. We're going to pick some counter to what you've picked.
Yeah, the core to support flex feels way more valuable than when you're doing it between the cores, which is more just annoying and irritating, I'd say, when you draft it.
Honestly, even as a 5, Gyro is good against Lycan in lane because 5s still go flak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a 4, you're not going to be leaning against to do you swap where your supports go if that does eventuate in this draft.
Yeah, but the thing with the flag is like I feel like Lycan's issue is like he doesn't really pressure the carry, right? And as long as he's getting his own farm, I think he's happy, you know. So if the Gyro actually does that on support, Lycan doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's more about targeting the supports. And speaking of supports, I think Tidebound are going to be looking into, I would say, 3 heroes, something that's going to be not dying to Lycan instantly. These like Paganas, Wind Rangers, maybe Muerta, something along those lines that you have a little bit of protection for yourself until he gets that Nullifier for Pagana, which is a bit of a disastrous one. But Planet, he loves to run this position for Muerta as well.
I would like to see that also because then Nigma can't pick it. This is also something that Omar has really been
It's his best hero, I think.
It is probably his best hero.
He played it really well yesterday.
I love this suggestion. There are so few supports that don't die to Lycan. This is one of very few.
I mean, they do go for the Snap, so that's going to give them even more team fight. And I think Snap is a hero that is probably very stable in a way with what he provides for you in the game. He gives you a decent laning phase, you have some catch, and I think the talents are actually pretty overpowered with the double stun and the cooldown reduction.
This hero's busted, so they do take the Muerta. Otherwise, it was going to go back the other way.
Most likely, but I'm now really liking the Mars. This hero is very popular, high pick rate, high win rate. I would say
It's
one
good
of the
for
better
both
heroes
teams.
against Lycan. You drop the supports. Bane doesn't like to play into it. You always have the combo with the Snapfire to pretty much be able to kill any hero on the map. But I'm also not the biggest fan of Muerta into Snapfire or Gyrocopter. I think there's way too much magic damage that can be.
But you're also good at cancelling.
It's a
hits,
block
right?
pick, yeah.
You can silence and you can get your fear onto the Snapfire. I think it's also a reliable way of like dealing with the Snap. Sure, you don't like the magic damage, but I think it goes both ways.
I would be utterly shocked if Mars doesn't come out here too, because I also feel like Gyro loves playing with the Mars.
Clock kind of is good here too. Like if they want to run Gyro as a carry, Clockwork is pretty decent into Lycan, pretty decent into Bane.
Same idea. You're like caging. You're basically anchoring the fight somewhere for all of this like ground targeted damage that they have. On
it helps the snap land her kiss.
Yep.
There's definitely a lot of synergy here. As a support, very high valuable pick here for Team Taiwan if they're looking for a melee tank in the lane. But the downside of that is you're kind of stopping the Gyro from being a flex pick anymore if you do that.
Another reason I like Mars plus Snap is because it's a lane you know will do fine against any counter. Like, it's very hard to come up with something that can outlane that, and NGX has the last pick out of the phase. So you know that they're going to get something like real juicy.
Oh, they go for the Shaker right away.
It's a lot of team fight just between these two heroes, Snapfire plus Earthshaker. And I also love the fact that you can't invade enemy triangle. Eventually, Shaker's going to be getting his own farm. He's going to be getting those stacks. The first Echo Salami probably going to be used on the Ancients, and there's not much you can do about it.
This is an S-tier Magic community game. There is so much Magic damage on Taiwan, especially if they do end up picking a Mars. I could see
Lifestealer? You want
Lifestealer? I could see Lifestealer. I mean, it does mean that NGX will lack a little bit of team fight, but
there's still 2 more picks to come out for Taiwan, right? They could change it a little bit here.
They could. It's just these 3 heroes have so much Magic damage.
Yeah. So what they're doing here is they are moving the Earthshaker to the flex pick. So Earthshaker can go mid, can go off lane, so their whole draft can still be moved around. And the Silencer, you know, is also a very good answer into the Bane. You can have a grip if Silencer is alive. The only downside about the Silencer is Silencer, he doesn't do anything against the Zoo, you know, the Lycan.
Yeah, he hates the Zoo. But, you know, there's always the counter strat of if you're just sitting in the fountain and pressing R, the Lycan can't get you there.
It makes me wonder, though, if you're kind of having this standoff between the Bane not really wanting to use ult until the Silence is down and Silencer holding it, which support is better at utilizing their other spells, offering more to a fighter?
Silencer, but he's also playing into Lycan, which could force him to potentially use that global silence in a time where he doesn't really want to use it before he dies. So I think that this game is going to be very important that he does hold potentially a buyback, because he can easily die in these type of engagements. And this is going to be Ghost heroes. He loves to play these late game carries. He's known to play, you know, Troll. He's playing Lone Druid, Morphling, something that can really scale in the late game. And this is the elimination series. He wants to be the third carry, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, they ban out the anti-mage. I'm expecting the Mars to also be
I
the
think
one
you have
following.
to. It's you're playing against Medusa. You have to remove this hero.
What are the other good answers to Dusa? I mean, Pango is one that people talk about. Diffusal Blade. Slark.
Does anyone else want Diffusal Blade as naturally as Pango?
I honestly, I don't think Gyro Diffusal is bad against Dusa. I think this is what you go.
But sometimes it can be a bait. So if you go Diffuser and you're not really winning the fights, then it can be bad for that hero.
I'm a big believer in it because I think Disperser is also really good against Medusa.
I mean, there's also another hero. Like if they want to pick an offlaner, there's Lux here. You copy the Medusa. You don't have to buy Diffuser, but you copy her.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, getting the Lycan auras as well by getting a wall illusion of him, also very strong. I mean, this would be so much Wombo combo if they did Darkseer.
I mean, I think there's too many heroes to ban. They probably are going to be leaning towards banning the Mars. The anti-mage is a Mars ban, and Mars is probably the second top-tier ban. So something is going to be let through.
220%.
Yep, still looks like a good Mars game. I mean, I don't think this is by any means a completely free Medusa game.
Yeah, so they actually choose to not let go the Darkseer, so Mars is still in the tailor. I mean, could they actually pick the Mars themselves to block it?
Well,
is there any way they can do it?
Run the Lycan mid, I guess.
Or the Mars
Or the Mars mid.
Does that feel good though? To have
Probably
kind
not.
of
It might be
dump
too
in there?
complicated to make this happen, but now they need a hero for Sumail. Sumail so far has been playing these relatively explosive mid heroes. We saw him play Nature's Prophet yesterday.
Ну вот,
multiple
210
times,
захват
which was
смотрителей,
kinda
да.
okay, but
Разница получается.
Okay.
Well, that
Смока.
is
Было
confusing.
чуть больше смоков, но это, наверное,
Let's
тайминг.
break this one. I
Ну,
mean,
то, что смотрители
Clockwork mid
меньше.
with the
No, Muerta mid. I
has
think it's
to-
Muerta.
yeah.
I think it's a Muerta
She
mid.
has
So
to be more likely a core.
Блять,
I
ну,
actually
немножко
don't think
много
Clock
бабок.
mid is bad. My argument for it is
I'm gonna need it. It's gonna be strong.
there are a lot of heroes to interrupt their cast points. Like,
Shaker hates
Earthshaker hates playing against Clock, and it looks like a Shaker mid here. And if you get a Blade Mail, look at all the ground targeted damage. Like, it would be a very good Blade Mail game if you can get it quickly.
I mean, this is a really good underlord game against
Sumail.
Medusa and Lycan. Yeah, Sumail's playing
It's
them
still very interesting. I think in lane it should do very well against an Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, with the silence and everything else. But I also feel like because they are running Muerta mid, it means that Clockwork is going to be laning into silence. So this is one of Clock's favorite matchups in the lane. You can easily catch him out or force him to use global in a bad situation. I think it's just very annoying for Silencer to deal with a Clock.
Clockwork needs to do a lot of this game because he is pretty much the only setup, him and Bane, but also Bane's going to be playing into Silencer, playing into this global presence, playing into Earthshaker, so I don't think he's going to be having an easy time landing his spells. And if you look at the Tricore of Nigma Galaxy, these are pretty static, no stuns type of heroes that they need a lot of time to get online. Lycan, he can join once he gets to his like 12-13 minutes Dominator / Overlord, but you also have Medusa who doesn't want to join until she gets 2 items, plus also Sumail on where to mid.
It's a bit greedy. It's a bit greedy with supports that feel kind of countered. You have the cookie to get out of the cogs, you have the global silence to cancel.
Yeah, but it depends on how you look at it as well. I think the Clock also counters the snap and the silencer. You hope you force the global or you cancel the kiss.
That's
true. It can go either way.
I do want to mention the Underlord a bit because this is a great Crimson Guard pipe builder, which people consider a counter to Medusa because no matter what build you go, magic or physical, he counters both.
Until you get a Nullifier. Nullifier is going to be a very key item.
This is true.
Okay. And is it also seeing the Underlord going back to a position 3 compared to last series where we saw it as a carry that you also like a bit more? You can go for those auras, you can be more just for the team fight
It's very normal. I think against Medusa, you always want a Crimson Guard, even if she goes for magic build. If she goes for magic build, you need a pipe. Name a hero in Dota that wants to build Crimson Pipe that's not Darkseer. It's Underlord.
Centaur.
No, you forgot about the Dominator.
All right.
Centaur would have been good as well.
Yes.
But it was banned, first phase.
Yeah, of course. So that's why we were sort of seeing the Underlord there. You guys, it's elimination. We've got to get some final thoughts though for game number 1. A team. Because you can hear a lot of people cheering for both sides of Tidebound on Nigma Galaxy.
Tidebound.
I'm going to go with Tidebound on this one as well.
I think I'm afraid of the audience, so I'm going to go with Tidebound as well.
You're afraid of the audience. I love it. Let's see, though, what exactly our coach and Tsunami have to say about the draft.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Kuroki of Enigma Galaxy, who is deciding to put on a show for us because Sumail Muerta mid. This is not a flex I've seen from you guys before. What's the reason?
Well, it's Sumail. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So, no.
You leave him unchained and he's gonna do work. But you guys have been running experiments though. Even yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet experiment. So this theory, Muerta being flexed at the last second, you think it's gonna be able to trip up Tidebound?
We're very confident. We've practiced it quite a lot. And I believe in my guys' abilities. But at the end of the day, we're here to enjoy the games and we hope to inspire you guys.
The inspiration is here for sure, my man. But in addition to enjoying the games, we get to enjoy the games. I don't know how much you get to enjoy the games because these have to be incredibly stressful experiences. I was watching yesterday. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. What's it like as a coach witnessing your boys playing on stage?
I'm chilling, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just having fun and yeah.
Barclays Arena, are you ready to have some fun as well? Then let's get the game started. Good luck, Kuroki.
All right, into game number 1 between Tidebound and NGX. Kuro very, very chill as always, Cinderin. And we'll see if he's chill after this game number 1, because this should be a doozy. Tidebound and NGX find themselves very early in this lower bracket here at TI.
Yeah, if there's one thing you want to have as your coach when you're getting into these like high stakes games, it's definitely someone who can keep a calm.
That was quick.
Head.
Omar first blooding wide.
Блядь, почему Амар так много ФБ сделать? Надо было
Go
Лара
ahead, Cinderin. Sorry to interrupt.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Nigma Galaxy that Kuro is as relaxed as he is, because we've had many teams throughout TI's history that talk about how you perform your best when the pressure is off. I think at this point for maybe NGX themselves even, you might have already exceeded expectations a little bit. You had an interview with... Oh, hang on.
He's in quite a bit of trouble. Omar is going to make his way over, but it's too late. Last right click is enough for Shiro to bring down Noob. Go ahead and continue your point.
Yes.
I don't see how many kills we get in the meantime.
Yeah, well, that's a good start, isn't it? We had an interview with GH in the Road to the International. He was talking about they enter with no expectations because they feel like they will perform better without the pressure. And in reality, this year has been very turbulent for this organization, right? It's been a mixed bag, and so have the previous ones. So I think they're just really enjoying themselves and feeling the moment, and that's kind of what Kuro was hinting at in the interview as well, right? We're out there, we're going to play our best and have fun and enjoy it. And a lot of teams have made crazy runs with that mentality.
Yeah.
This is obviously going to be a really tough opponent, but worth noting, Team Tidebound had a great start in the Road to the International, and then yesterday they really got humbled. So they're a little bit in the opposite situation in spite of both teams having lost. I think Nigma Galaxy perhaps could be have the better mental angle for today, possibly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pressure is definitely a big thing. I mean, with NGX, you have a lot of experience on the shoulders of the likes of GH and Sumail, of course, but I mean, a lot of people did not pick them to get to the top 8 to begin with. Of course, there's a lot of hope for that to happen, and that is indeed the case, whereas Tidebound, there's always going to be lots of pressure, even with 2 TI winners on the squad. I mean, China is very unforgiving with their own team, Cinderin, as we've seen in the past.
And I will say, talking about hope, the elephant in the room that I feel like we talk this to death, but you still have to think about this in Nigma Galaxy games because, you know, the stats don't lie, as a famous man once said. It's a lot of Nigma Galaxy's games when they go late become kind of crazy.
Yes.
And Team Tidebound and Extreme Gaming, the two big Chinese teams performing in this tournament, have been no strangers to playing very well late. And Nigma Galaxy's Achilles heel.
Right on top of Bak. They were fighting for this Lotus, and that's the death of Faith Beyond. Planet now on the run as both Ghost and GH will pursue. It's going to be close with this last right click, as GH doesn't have Brain Sap up for a while, so they won't get that second kill, but already off to a very good start. And of course, securing the Lotuses when you have a Medusa on your team, extremely important.
Yeah, it's arguably the best Lotus hero in the entire game. So even the early ones that aren't as powerful are just extremely powerful, and Medusa, it's way more EHP for her than other heroes. So a nice grab for them and a good start. This Bane Medusa lane, definitely one of the better lane matchups you can have against Underlord. In spite of him being the last pick, he's not picked as a counter to the lane. He's picked more in the broader sense on a macro level. But I don't see any reason why Ghost wouldn't just keep farming up a Storm here. And his carry matchup against Gyro is also good on the Medusa. The bigger question I have revolves around the team fighting capabilities of the two lineups, because what we've seen in this tournament a lot is that games go longer. On the main stage, they've actually, ironically, kind of been shorter on average than they were in the first stage. But if this game goes down the distance, how are Nigma Galaxy going to structure their team fights? They don't really have any key team fight abilities versus a lineup that has Global Silence, Echo Slam, Flak Cannon, everything Underlord brings to the table with auras. They're decked out for that playstyle, whereas Nigma Galaxy is a lot more skirmish heavy, but then you still have the Medusa. A little bit of a mixed bag, in my opinion.
Yep, that's true. Also, like you mentioned, NGX bring a style of play that feels extremely chaotic, regardless of them having a lead or, as we're going to see, a Nightmare. Omar coming in as well. TP support is on the way. Deadshot back into the cogs. Nothing to say, in a lot of trouble. Planet Wyatt made their way over, but Nothing to Say is already dead. It might be a trade for Omar, but this is a level 2 support, so definitely not favorable for Tidebound.
Really cool combination there. The cogs and Deadshot forcing the enemy hero into that cog knockback. It is, like the panel talked about, it's a tough matchup for Shaker. The Clockwork is a classic counter, and on top of that, you lane him against Muerta, who is a very untraditional mid-hero, but when played in melee matchups can truly bully the opponent. This constant harassment with Gunslinger, with Deadshots. And of course, no surprise here, Sumail going for the quick draw facet, which is the classic way of playing core Muerta.
GH, Nightmare, back into Omar on that level 2 Clockwork, and you can see how hard it is for the Underlord to cast anything. The Battery Assault is such a good counter to these long cast time heroes, and Ghost gets the kill on the Faith Beyond.
Omar is everywhere so far on this clock. Also, part of the reason why he's so low level is he's not really taking any lane experience, but of course other heroes are going to be the beneficiaries of that. As long as your lanes can stand on their own, you're going to get a faster level 6 on the Lycan, for example, which could be really impactful. His matchup against the supports of the enemy team are very good. Silencer is terrible against Lycan. I'd say Snapfire one of the weaker ones as well.
And these are basically 2 solo lanes, top and bottom, with the supports just roaming constantly. Nothing to say. I know that GH is in the area.
Koro asked his teammates, do you guys remember how you played in 2014? And they all say, no, we weren't born then.
Nothing to say. Gets off a fissure, blocks off GH. Omar's going to be fine, but it looks like, can he get the deny onto the creeps? GH attempts it, but nothing to say with the enchant totem kill. And they can see that there are a couple of stacks. Nothing too major to work with, though, yet for Tidebound.
Oh, Omar's just in there. He's going to chase here. There's the 7-minute wisdom that he would love to try to steal. That was part of why this Bane kill was so good when he got it.
And Bach is making his way from the north. Omar inside of the circular area, but Planet gets there too. So now Omar on the retreat. Good fissure from Nothing to Say, and this will be the death of Omar. Now his reign has finally come to an end, already with the 1 kill and 2 assists in this game.
I honestly don't really mind that. He pulled 4 heroes over there. He's just putting pressure and making space for his teammates, knowing that he's so low level. It's not that big of a loss to make the enemy team run for you for that long. Helm of the Dominator now completed for Sumail. Can't say I've seen much mid-Muerta with Helm of the Dom, but...
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Just like with every other hero.
They have one on Muerta, they have one on the Lycan. As for the Tidebound side, they're going for none of them, it looks like. So, a little bit uncharacteristic. We've seen Bach play a lot of Helms on his offlane heroes.
Yeah. Have they used it on Underlord, though? I don't think I've...
I don't know how much he's even played this hero this tournament, to be honest.
8-minute power rune is bottom. It's a damage rune, as a dead shot does hit, so Planet will be brought down eventually, you would think.
The Troll's gonna get him.
Troll does get the last hit. More supports dying outright, though, so 2 for 1 across the map.
NTS managing to kill off Omar there with the Echo Slam. So first use of that will not be on Ancients or a big camp stack. Speaking of, GH is in the neighborhood trying to get a read on just how much is in that triangle with this Bane. He removes the sentry but doesn't block any camps. Still, the pressure is going to mount now. They're going to try to take advantage of Echo Slam being on cooldown, so now you can go in here and use these rally creeps to really get to work. And Sumail also with the amp damage rune. 9-minute mid tower is a very good look, considering, remember they have Lycan and they have these 2 Helms.
And the GH Nightmare. It's going to force Planet out, though, and they're just going to walk away, it seems.
This is without question a good start for Enigma Galaxy.
You got the dead shot you talked about, along with the Nightmare facet inside those cogs. Pretty crazy combo. And then with the calling from the outside. And a lot of good fight potential on this NGX side. As why he finds himself Sumail, slows him, but GH is on the other side to finish the job. A 2K early lead for NGX. And in terms of how important it is for these teams to get off to a good start, in terms of like their lineup, how does that shape up this game?
I think it was more important for Enigma Galaxy to get off on the right foot here, because again, when we go down the stretch, I do think Tidebound's lineup just is a little bit more stable in later game team fights and overall more constructed scenarios, but Enigma Galaxy's lineup is really good at playing these 2 versus 1 ganks or 2v2s. You know, you run around the map with Bane, with Clock, with Lycan Wolves.
Shiro found by Omar, level 5 right now. TP support on the way. He's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Completely out of mana now, though. Planet will be the recipient of the help of that homing missile. As Omar, again, looks like he's going to drop, but he is, again, just forcing so many heroes to help aid their cores. That's 3 heroes this time brought.
Yeah, Ghost is having the freest time ever because of this. So you can see on the net worth distribution, the big loser in this game so far is Nothing to Say on the Shaker, which I have to say is starting to become a little bit of a pattern in these games.
It does feel like that, yeah. Shapeshift from Noob. Mortimer Skits is coming out from Planet. He's just going to get chopped down, though, by the Lycan as Shiro slowed to a crawl. Now going to get chased by the Pine Cone and the Wolf. Pretty much out of mana right now. Why? Looks like he's going to dissuade Noob from going any further. Still quite worse for wear as Bach left to his own devices, though. Now inside the cogs with the battery assault. but with that TP, gonna force the rest of NGX away. Nothing to say comes in, trying to take out the Pine Cone. Looks like they'll be able to get that with the tower. But like you said, Ghost left all alone. He gets the tier 1 tower all by himself.
I mean, this is some stellar play from NGX, to be honest. Whether they find the kills or not, they are dictating absolutely everything that's happening in the game. And of course, we were criticizing this about Tidebound yesterday, their support duos being a little bit more on the passive reactive side. In this case, the Snapfire can be aggressive, but is constantly being pulled around the map. And well, what are you going to do as level 5 Silencer except respond to these moves? So, Ingmar really just... I don't feel like Tidebound has made a move yet. It's been 12 minutes. I think all of their kills have been reactive. And if Enigma Galaxy can keep this pace up, they're on the way to a very chunky lead. They've only taken the top and mid tower. Bottom tower is usually the easier one to get, and they still can claim that. Of course, Ghost is just farming up Storm. And my question with this Shaker is, when are we going to see something big here?
Well, he just got his blink, so that might be the timing, but he gets Nightmare before it's delivered. Sumail there, Fiend's Grip applied, the silence is activated, the cookie from coming out, that's a pretty long Fiend's Grip. Has nothing to say, tries to run away, more reinforcements though arriving for Tidebound, and there's the blink reveal with the Echo Slam from nothing to say. Sumail is still living though, called out, not even gonna clip him. He is getting a little bit low, but does find the distance, finds an illusion rune in addition. Some way, somehow, nobody dies other than the Tomato, and tomatoes are real people, of course.
That is a very bad blink reveal for Shaker. That is not what you're hoping for.
It was
considering
close,
he got the full element of surprise there. Not only is it the blink reveal, but it's in the middle of a fight, right?
Yeah.
He got initiated on, got the reset, and then has the blink. It's very unexpected for Enigma Galaxy that play comes out, and they still don't get a singular kill. And it begs the question, did Bach not have his ulti ready at that point? This is obviously a hero that you want to connect to these moves with Fiend's Gate when the team fights are bigger. Still stuck around down bottom, and now he might just get dove, potentially.
Rocket Flare reveals his position, puts down the Pit of Malice. Omar, well, he still has the hook shot available. I don't think they're going to need it. He's getting completely surrounded here. But again, TP supports from Tidebound. This time Wide shows up. There's the hook shot with the dead shot to follow. Bach still surviving though, super tanky, gets off the Firestorm, but now getting bounced left, right, and center. Sumail brings him down.
Tidebound
that took a long time.
It did.
They got him.
And okay, that's a little bit worrisome for Tidebound that Bach can sit there and tank a gank for literally 30 seconds and they still feel like they can't help him. Goes to show that their lineup needs time. When the early game fails and you're lacking key ultimates, you still don't have global yet, minute 14. That's not ready. Shaker doesn't have Echo. So obviously Enigma Galaxy will try to take advantage.
This looks like a Wisdom Shrine play from NGX.
Yeah, they're getting both of them.
We'll see. There aren't TPs coming. Bach gonna be in the middle of a 20-second fight again. A beautiful Cogs. That means GH can steal it. Mortimer's Kisses is set up pretty nicely. Stone Gaze though comes out from Ghost, and the first to fall is Faith Beyond again. And now look at this, the Nightmare onto the Earthshaker. Looks like Shiro shows up though, and that means NGX will likely want to run away. GH gonna be the recipient of the call down, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. It's a Global Silence finally coming out from Y. He dies shortly after, but this is the bigger kill. Ghost super low on HP, on mana in this case. Pops the Lotus Zone, staying alive as a result. Shiro already using the flat cannon, Noob in the area as well, but nothing to say, kind of running out of steam. Sumail coming in from the south, wants to continue the pressure, but doesn't have too many resources at his disposal, so looks like this might break things up.
That's still very much, once again, mission accomplished for Enigma Galaxy. You trade supports, but you get the wisdom. And again, Echo and Global
Omar
get
is
used.
still here. All right, how long you been there, young man? He will eventually be brought down by Bach. Actually, Shiro in this case, but yeah, back-to-back deaths for Faith Beyond. That certainly will set him back. I mean, he's 1-4 already in this game.
In spite of that, he's still almost 1,500 ahead of his mid-shaker. Ouch. Yeah. These mid-shakers have been very polarizing. It's interesting, it was theorized to be one of the biggest picks coming into the tournament, and it has been picked and banned a lot, make no mistake, but a lot of the games we've cast haven't been too impressive with this.
It feels like they just get off to such a poor start and never come back.
Yeah.
But of course, the stacks are supposed to be something that will assist them in that comeback story.
That might have been part of the meta development that has caused Shakers to suffer, is that teams have just become better at contesting that triangle and putting more emphasis on it. Because the Shaker games we've cast, we haven't really seen those like quad stack echoes into getting a fast blink and a full level. GH is in no man's land.
Oh yeah.
-1.
Easy kill for Tidebound. They're going to need a lot more of that. They're at a 6K deficit already at the 16-minute mark. NGX really showing up in this game 1 so far. Looks like Pipe is going to be the first main item for Bach into the Crimson Guard, as the panel was kind of discussing. No huge surprise. Or a bot.
Yep. That is going to be the key moment in this game for Tidebound, is can you find that stabilizing team fight when you hit a timing? Because in reality, they haven't hit a timing at all. I think the only possible opportunity was the Shaker Blink, but as we've already established, that fell flat.
Yeah.
He's only level 9, and it's 17 on the mid Shaker. It's the same as Clockwork.
Yeah.
Right now
pretty crazy
on NCS. So a very poor outlook here. Effectively, he's like position 3.5 from mid.
Planet runs into GH. Instant nightmare. Nothing to say is in the area, though, and you can see the Fiend's Grip, or the Fiend's Gate, rather, from Bot coming to fruition, but now the TPs from NGX come as well. Echo Slam, this is all for a Bane, by the way. They're going to clean up the Earthshaker easily, so 1 for 1. Mid for support. Of course, the mid is basically a support here.
I was going to say, you could argue a support for support almost at this point, but yeah.
This is the roughest. I mean, we cast what was a BZM having a really rough game.
Yeah.
This is worse, it feels like, right?
It's not a good recipe to win Pro Dota to play with 3 supports. That's well, not a common strategy.
4 protect 1, in some ways, is 4 supports and 1 carry, right?
Well.
Shiro's going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game. Going for the Butterfly next on top of his Manta and Dragon Lance.
That's the good news for Tidebound, is that Shiro is having a good start here. He's 4-0-1. He had a very rough series yesterday, so I think there's also something to be said about, you know, getting off to a good start on the day and feeling like everything isn't coming crashing down after a good start to the tournament. Because yesterday he had 2 tough games back-to-back. He kind of just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Both in particular, I would say in his Marcy game, but also the Shadow Fiend game wasn't too hot either.
Now Fiend's Grip, and we can see Snapfire left all alone, so easy kill for Sumail. And NGX continuing to increase their lead. Y is spotted, again taken out in turn. So 2 support kills extremely quickly for NGX. The question is, are they actually going to go for Roche? Ghost is extremely close to Butterfly as well. That is a huge power spike for Medusas. Even pierce the veil pop from Sumail to try to take out the Roche as quick as possible. And they're not too afraid of any response coming out from Tidebound.
No, well, they're going to find GH, which is the smallest consolation prize possible.
They will do so.
All the way at their own base. Yep, that's going to be a Roche. So Roche #1 for NGX, looking really, really good here. You could potentially make a case for sieging high ground minute 20 this game. I know that sounds unbelievable in this patch and what we've seen so far in this tournament.
After the Tormentor, I'm sure.
But you have Manta, Butter, and Aegis minute 19, which is an insane timing.
Yeah, this is going to be super hard to contest.
You can pick whatever objective you want outside of the enemy base, and it's yours. I just don't see Tidebound standing a chance. So you can take every tower or Tormentor by grouping up. Then the question is, if you're grouping up 5 heroes, can Tidebound beat you on economy by just playing the map more efficiently while you group up? So you got to be careful not to be too slow moving as a unit. And for the time being, Nick Galaxy don't really seem to be pressing much of the map. They just want to keep farming, which is also okay. They don't have to use the Aegis immediately, but I do think it would be a mistake to just let it expire without forcing anything. And looks like Ghost is already approaching his first target, the top tier 2 tower.
Yep, likely go for the tier 2, and then, I mean, maybe you poke a bit, force a fortification, and then go for the Tormentor.
It's just
plenty of time on this Aegis.
I mean, the more you look at this, the better this Medusa hero is in this game, right? The last pick of Tidebound, the Underlord, does no damage to her because Firestorm's percentage-based damage is irrelevant against Deuce's bad HP pool.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of questioning this choice. I understand you want the auras, but do the pros outweigh the cons of Deucer was the primary problem that Nigma presented in that second phase, and I feel like you did not solve it at all. You have no single target damage, you have no mana burn. Who's going to stop Ghost when he gets his next item?
Yeah, GH will get the shard. They don't even need to group up to take the Tormentor, so this is also a tier 2 for NGX. I mean, this is more of a Thompson thing, I guess, from back in the day. Is there any consideration for defusal on Gyro?
I think he has to buy it eventually, because otherwise I just don't see them killing Dusa, but
not yet.
I mean, when you say eventually, how much time are they going to give you?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the question here. If Enigma Galaxy go high ground here and take a lane of barracks, I feel like we've gone into a time machine from 2 months ago when people played the game normally.
I know, what happened? What happened in these 3 days off?
There we go. I love this. I really think this is a good siege. I think they can commit harder to it and bring Lycan Wolves and everything, but...
Yeah, they find a tasty snack in the form of Planet. Even uses Pierce the Veil to get that kill.
Planet with a rare sight here, 6 items in his stash. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Huh.
He has a full solar. He just hasn't picked up the power, except the energy boost.
He must have panic buyed right before he died then, huh?
I mean, he did AFK after getting nightmares, so he was just mashing his quick buy button.
It happens to the best of us. As Ghost gonna get some pressure applied to him. A call down his place. He's gonna be A-okay though. Obviously, still with 2 minutes on that Aegis.
Yeah.
So it looks like their strat is to go for all the tier 2s.
Yeah. I mean, 2 or 3 tier 2s and Tormentor for the first Aegis is, in the average game, a very good result. Also, a little poke damage on the top tier 3. He got about a quarter of that on his own on Ghost. And yeah, this mid tower, not long for this world. Shiro's trying to be annoying, but that's all he'll do. I really like this first pickup on Clockwork of buying Force Staff, by the way. We've seen different builds. Force Staff is just exceptionally good against Underlord. It's good against Snapfire and Shaker. The enemy team is creating debris for you to cross, and Clockwork with this can do it for a teammate. You might even see him buy the shard, potentially later for himself too, for even more ability to traverse terrain.
Well, this is quite the expedition for Y. He's certainly aware of Noob's general presence, puts down a couple nice wards. Only question is, will he be spotted at some point? No, we'll be able to TP out, so some good vision now. See if they're able to use that in the coming minutes. As, again, the lead just continues to grow. This is not one of those games where you get an Aegis and it kind of plateaus, which has felt like it's happened a couple, like maybe more games than we're used to seeing in the earlier games that we have cast, but this time around NGX continuing to expand.
Yeah, they're going to finish this bot lane as well. I think even if the Aegis expires, they're still going to try to commit for this tower. But of course, the dream would be to not get into that situation. You've got 25 seconds. There is a glyph. Tidebound are thinking about it this time.
They sure are. It's a little bit more of a commitment as Shiro will burn about half the mana from Ghost, even more now. Butterfly online for Shiro.
12 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer here. And yeah, Ghost will respect it. So they do defend. So 2.5 towers, a Tormentor, and a quarter of a tier 3 is what Ghost will get in this 5-minute period. Not too shabby. Almost has Scotty as well.
That's pretty good. Not too bad farming. You can see Tidebound.
Yep, they're going to try to do something.
Nice dead shot on the smoke target. Smell didn't even see him.
This is one of those moments where you go, I was here, Shannon. They're making a move on Tidebound. We were here to witness Tidebound moving as a unit in smoke.
Their creeps are killing all of the neutrals in the meantime, as finally Tidebound is revealed and they find absolutely nothing.
This is what I bought the postcard for. That was really uninteresting to write home about. All right, nothing to say is back to farming.
Yep, doing his best. He'll have BKB relatively shortly, so just a recipe away at this point. That's still so far behind.
Oh, they're going to try again.
All right, through the gate.
So Bach is queuing up Aghanims now on the Underlord. We both love to see that. Of course, coolest when you've got the Gleipnir.
Oh, this was scanned out, Noob.
Oh, that's a very, very good read.
This might be 2 smokes in a row kind of waste, although Noob, he popped his ult inside the Pit of Malice, though. Reinforcements are going to arrive pretty shortly, but the Global Silence comes out and the Mortimer's Kisses destroy him. But incoming Sumail with the BKB Pierce the Veil. First to fall is the Snapfire. You can see the Fiend's grip onto the Gyrocopter. Do they have the damage? They have the lockdown. They have everything. This is not even remotely close. And now the Underlord inside of that nightmare, inside his own Pit of Malice, just getting kited to a high degree. They lose the Lycan to start the fight, but they can 4 straight kills right after.
Nothing to say had no play there. He got caught by the
Ага,
clockwork, and
блядь.
he was just... He echoed the clock and tried to cast Fissure 7 times in a row. And then he died.
Look at the battery assault.
Yeah, he kept trying. And, I mean, you've got the Kaya, but you don't have Kaya Yasha, so that's not going to happen.
Man,
Like,
what
it's-
a last pick clockwork, huh?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
The clockwork pick has been really good, but again, I think this is the second game of Nothing to Say Shaker we've seen this tournament where it just leaves a lot to be desired, right? And Nick Galaxy, they know exactly how to approach this. Keeping in mind, this could have been even better, right? They scanned them out, Noob knew they were coming, he pops ult. If he's a little bit further right here, he might not even get caught to begin with. And that could have just been a clean sweep. At the very least for Tidebound, they get a little bit of a trade, but keep an eye on the Shaker here in the top left. So Nothing to Say comes through the gate immediately into the calling, gets hookshot up there. Now you're not going to see the rest on camera, but trust me when I say he did nothing, and his health is just falling by the minute.
I trust you, Cinderin.
I take it back. He did echo the clockwork. He did 200 damage.
Okay. Technically incorrect, but effectively correct. A 4-for-1. NGX, 16K lead. This is starting to look quite insurmountable. So what can Tidebound do to get back in this game? Is it just a high ground defense type of deal? Do you have to contest second Roche?
There's a couple of things I think they can do still, or that they especially could have done better.
Hook shot.
Hang on.
They find Planet. Dead shot misses, but they have the damage nonetheless.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Just too much damage.
Nullify onto Shiro. Good Manta, though.
They have to have better formation. I think the way Nothing to Say arrived into that fight is just a no-go. You cannot have Shaker arrive into the center of the fight. The gate has to be placed more on the left if you want him to come in through the gate. Otherwise, he needs to be there at the beginning of the fight off to the side to avoid the clockwork. Aside from that, obviously key items coming up. This Shaker BKB will potentially finally allow him to do something. Gyro Satanic will help as well. Shiro can be... As much as we've talked about Enigma Galaxy not having the, or Medusa being almost unkillable with single target damage, a Gyro Satanic is also tough to bring down for the NGX side. They don't have that overwhelming single target damage just yet. Sumail will get there, but right now the hard hitter on one target is actually Lycan. As I say that, Dusa almost has MKB, so maybe not.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
Ghost is just ahead by a full item.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, Medusa is one of those carries. Feels like you can almost 1v5 in the late stages of the game. With that MKB relatively shortly coming online. Takes Ghost to the next level. Second Roche is available. Does NGX feel confident going for it without a pickoff first is the question. Because fighting against Tidebound in the pit is a bit of a scary proposition. And again, potential pickoff on the Planet. Hook shot to start things out, and now slowed to a crawl with that Scotty from Ghost. Another easy pickoff for the NGX side.
I think that's enough to go Roche. Like, just having any hero out of play makes this extremely difficult for Tidebound side. And this is actually one of the more important Roshan pit fighting heroes, because Clockwork is going to have his eyes set on Shaker the whole time, so Snapfire is the one who actually gets to cast her ults reliably. With her in the grave, Tidebound just have to concede another objective.
And this one surely means a high ground.
This is a high ground Aegis, without question. 20k lead. Dusa almost fully decked out. He's going to swap out his Falcon Blade for this Aegis, so technically for an Aegis push, he could replace the treads into another item. He's queuing up BKB here on Ghost. Thought maybe we would see something even more hard-hitting to try to finish the job, like Rapier or Daedalus.
A little surprising going that defensive, but...
Or if he wants a defensive item, you could make a really good case for Pike here, I think.
GH gonna force out the Fiend's Gate. Nothing to say, blocks off GH, but a nice force step onto the other side. Hook shot from Omar. Looks like they're gonna find the Silencer. Y is dead before he'd be able to get off Global Silence. Attempting to go through his own gate. Block. Not gonna happen. Pops the Crimson. Dies right after. Just feels like there is no opening for Tidebound.
If they want to take fights, they have to bring the gyro. I just think skirmishes like this are not possible. You're maybe a little bit naive to try to think you can kill GH there. He's got Force Staff, Lens, Essence Ring, and you didn't global. So then the full Fiend script comes out onto the Underlord as well. Just very easy and good response, and very quick responses too from the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, they see nothing to say. The Wolves have spotted him. He's gonna pop the BKB and just get crit! My goodness! You talked about the BKB being picked up. That is not what he had in mind.
That's also not what he bought it for.
Ooh.
I don't think he bought BKB to counter the Lycan.
Well, he popped it anyway.
Yeah, that's what.
And now the Roche banner placed, and the high ground attempt is here for NGX. What can Tidebound do? Earthshaker down for 30 seconds. He has buyback and Echo Slam, but you might have to just concede an entire lane here.
This is so difficult for Shiro to contest the Dusa with all the backup sitting behind.
Yep, Crimson is popped, so that's gonna prevent some damage coming out from the Medusa, but eventually it'll wear out. 10 seconds away from nothing to say, getting back in the game. But still, Ghost literally all alone on the high ground, and they can't do anything against him. Shiro already at half HP. They have to force the fortification. Is there going to be a reset from NGX? Or they just continue? You can see the Alpha Wolf on the back line. Yeah, this is just a full lane. And now the BKB being delivered soon on the Medusa. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. And if you're Tidebound, you just don't want to expend too many resources to take out life number 1, because then you'll have nothing for the fight afterwards.
I don't think there's any reason to not squeeze this and try to get a second lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still have about half mana on the Medusa. This is the perfect camp that just spawned as well. The 4 creeps with mana for the Mystic Snake. The Ghost is going to be almost back to full when you go and hit mid now.
Да, блядь, диффуза купи, ёбаный нахуй. Гирокоптер.
Omar, my goodness. Overclocking GH, another target found, potentially.
Yep.
This is going to be a volley into a kill. So Planet just getting picked off repeatedly.
Ghost 11-0 has had a great start, and he's capitalized on it. He's converted everything he needed to from that beginning of the game, and from a draft perspective, this was exactly what Enigma Galaxy dreamt of in this game, was to get off to a hot start and just run the entire map before Tidebound's heavy 5-man slower lineup could really come online. So far in 33 minutes, they've barely got to play their heroes, and that's been a rare sight in this tournament, that a team has been destroyed this hard, this early, and been unable to find at least some sort of rebuttal. It's just been nothing.
And this is going to be a tier 3, still a minute and a half on the Aegis, so Ghost and company will certainly push the envelope to try to get this second lane. Will Tidebound try to do something, or will this just be another free set of barracks? That's going to be the last fortification for quite a while on Tidebound's side, is the 27k lead for NGX.
There's still a full minute on this Aegis,
And
too.
once this Aegis is out, that BKB just takes its place. And this is a second lane for NGX. Uncontested as Tidebound. I mean, is there a power spike incoming? Looks like they're going to smoke up and try to surprise them. I doubt they want to go for the Medusa first. She's going to be spotted. Try to wrap around to their own triangle potentially. Sumail could be a good target. But the smoke on the other side for NGX. Omar's going to pop in. Overclock is placed into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. You'll be able to get off the global silence. No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see, nothing to say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob as Shiro full grip on the sideline. Lots of right-click damage from Noob as the GGs come out. NGX just absolutely stomped Tidebound in game 1.
Wow, that was not even remotely close. And we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. Who is going to bounce back best from their loss yesterday? Enigma Galaxy had the closer series, had more signs of life, and probably have lesser of an expectation overall, so probably playing with a bit more freedom and less pressure. In this game, Tidebound falling victim to some of the same problems as yesterday, just inability to make moves, losing a little bit early and never really finding their footing. I think if you want to come back in this series as Tidebound, you've got to have more, got to have better laning and some more opportunity to fight early. And the main thing I feel, the pattern that I have found is their support duo. In these 3 games that we've had on the main stage for them, maybe it's just a little bit too little in the damage department early on.
Yeah, I feel like Omar completely carried that early game. But either way, we go to the panel as NGX up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, an elimination best of 3. 1 game up is definitely where you want to be. All the fans maybe sighing a little bit of relief here, but I like what Sim said. It feels like Enigma Galaxy aren't really feeling the same sort of pressure they're coming into this, and it definitely resonated when we talked to Coach Kuro just before the game actually started. It's like, we're trying to just enjoy the games, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun and a lot of enjoyment in that game 1.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was hiding strats with the interview. It's like, oh, that's why he's saying
yeah.
it's just
no, that's actually the strat.
He was being serious. Like, Sumail just wants what he wants. He's going to trust him and give it to him. He's going to try to play what he wants no matter what. And the mid Muerta looked incredibly good in this game. There was this really cool combo between the Clockwork and Muerta where you would knock back into the cogs, just bouncing around. You have the Dominator on Muerta. He was doing the knockback into like Centaur Stomp combo. Like there was a lot of really cool tech that Nigma was doing in this game, and I think the only reason they can do it is because they're playing loose.
Yeah, and also the fact that I really like Cinderin mentioning the support duo, which I feel like played a huge role here because in the early game, the Earthshaker kind of got bullied by the Muerta, but then after he got bullied, he didn't really have strong enough support to kind of help him fight around the mid lane, protect his stacks, get runes. Because if you think about it, Silencer and Snapfire, when they run into Clock and Bane, they are not going to be able to fight them. They're just weaker heroes in general or lower damage, you know. So they lost a lot of early control in the first 10 minutes because their support they're just way weaker than what NGX had. And that's why I kept suggesting that support would have been good for them during the 16-17 when they had the gyro. I thought it would work for them because it also could do what the Silencer do, which is to counter the Bane in the team fight.
They picked the overall last 23rd pick coming up from NGX, and he did so much. Like Earthshaker didn't get the chance to play the game. It's so annoying. It's one of the old school classic counters in Dota that Shaker can't really use his abilities, and he had his number throughout the whole game. But I also got to give credit to the GH. His positioning on this Bane has been amazing. He got like 4 or 5 full duration rips in multiple fights, which is pretty insane to think about. You're playing against Silencer, that's playing against Snapfire, you're playing against like multiple duels that can potentially stop your rip from going off, and he's positioned. Like there's a reason why GH right now is in top 10 on EU leaderboards.
I will be honest and say that like I've personally tried Bane, seeing the pros playing it. I just didn't fully understand it until like watching this game and why the win rate is so high. But to me, it seems like these good Banes like GH will walk around and just be positioned somewhere annoying. They're not necessarily looking for a kill, but GH was scouting the stacks. He was walking in and using Nightmare and then walking somebody out of a tower, and there wasn't even heroes there to help him. It was just like, I'm gonna poke you, so you TP react, and if you don't, then potentially you're gonna get killed. So there's this like bluff that's happening constantly on the map, this pressure that he's applying constantly on the map by just being in annoying places.
I mean, it's the repositioning, I think, because the old Bane, you couldn't do that. You go up, you sleep someone, people could tell whether they should TP or not.
Yeah, the threat is bigger now.
Yeah, when you're moving them, it's hard to know whether you should TP, and then what if you didn't TP, he dies. It's hard to decide on the moment.
Yeah.
So the support's just doing a lot on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and that was that argument that you guys were having. It's like, yes, we see so much coming out of Tidebound when it comes to the team fights. It feels like their item progression is just very straightforward, but yeah, the Clock was just such a big undoing for it, the Bane as well there, and it's very easy then to look at the cores and be like, well, you had a mid laner and a carry that went deathless. So there's also praises to be sung there, but you're not having as good of a game if you're not having that impact on the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tri-hero, the trifecta, the mid hero and the 2 supports. So every time when you talk about just the 2 supports, you also need to talk about what mid hero you're pairing with the supports, right? So you kind of need to enable each other. If you need more of like a range support, or you need about a more melee support, for example, or even the duo right here, you know, with the Snap and Silencer, they kind of feel like they don't really complement each other enough. They feel like they're overlapping in roles in some way where they stand behind and they cast their spells, and they don't really contribute other things, you know, in the game.
We're looking at the earlier part of this one, Lacoste, because Winter talks about it. How do you pair a mid hero with this? Sumail on the mid. Whilst we look at the stats at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, he had a great game. But everything for him was fantastic.
It definitely was, but this is a fight where he comes in with amplified damage, Helm of the Dominator. I think this item makes any mid-hero viable. Like we saw Spectre being viable, we saw Faceless Void becoming more popular, but it does allow him to play his own type of a game. I was a little worried that he's not going to be, if you're pretty much building into the standard stuff coming up from mid-Muerta, if you're going for, you know, Mjolnir, you're pretty much becoming another Medusa, but he found a way to be able to be more active, pick up that Dominator and then go for the Witchblade as well, having a bit of a mixed damage as well, but be very annoying on the map. This is also a fight where NGX, they're 4k gold ahead. They're trying to initiate on an Earthshaker, and his Blink Dagger is being delivered pretty much on the courier, and he's going to get delivered straight away, even though he did have a little bit of a survivability there. He gets the blink. It seems like they're going to be able to grab the kill. Shiro joins, but they don't even pick that one up. Like when you get that second Echo Slam, if you're not using it on Ancients, you want to be getting that kill. And we saw multiple times around that when they go with the Earthshaker or when he gets initiated on by a Clockwork, you're basically taking the fight 4v5.
Yeah. I think anytime a game like this is snowballing so hard, it's almost always like down to the supports. It's like, how are those first like rune rotations going? Like when these heroes are actually connecting together. And I would definitely agree that when I look at the trios for Tidebound, I'm like, who are the 3 heroes that are supposed to play together? Like Underlord in the supports, Earthshaker in the supports. His game was kind of rough. Like we saw the Blink Dagger play, but the moment that doesn't connect, like this is the moment for you. Sumail just walking out of that is like the most devastating thing possible in this game.
It felt like they were trying to give that kill to their core. It's like, okay, maybe that's a way back into it, but then you're questioning how much does the Earthshaker take? Are we actually gonna, let this Muerta walk away? Yeah, unfortunately you do. Things start to fall apart, but there's still plenty more team fights that you can try and find something for yourself. In the middle part of this game that cost 28 minutes, that was where we saw another one where it's like, okay, can we see Tidebound really step up?
This is also going to be another fight where GH gets insanely good grip, but first the fight starts, they're going to be killing off Wolf immediately, so Noob is gone, but this is basically 4 versus 5 fight. You have 2 auras on Bach. It feels like they're super strong, but look at that grip. Immediately burning his mana, and then Sumail comes in. The rest of the team is also playing on a different side. You can see the Clockwork being super annoying, going onto the Earthshaker, not allowing him to play the game. And then Bach is isolated because he's just a tanky guy, and they will have more than enough damage to take it. At the start, it looked like an okay fight for Team Tidebound, but in the end, when you see the big picture, how the fight is going to be played out, it's just not worth taking that risk.
I mean, this fight is like a perfect illustration about they didn't really have a mid hero. They technically have 3 support heroes because Earthshaker was so far behind, so he couldn't really output damage. And once the grip went out on the gyro, they have no damage in the team fight.
The really small thing about that play as well that I think was so great for Nigma Galaxy is you see Noob die immediately, and that's where you're talking about the numbers, but he places his creep, right, his Helmdom creep, at a point where when the smoke breaks, everyone else around in his team is able to position to take the fight better. I think that's what's so amazing is, yes, he sacrifices his life, yes, he's a core, but the vision he gave and everything else set up for that perfect nightmare, set up for the Muerta to be in a great place.
And the creep still has impact after he's dead. Like, this is why the item is so strong, is it's essentially like another hero. He helps the Clockwork zone the Earthshaker. I think the only way you turn a fight like that is a big Echo Slime. Like, that's the whole point of this hero. This is how you get back in the game. So identifying that and punishing that is another thing where we can say, like, Omar, he played this game extremely well. Not only did he carry the early game, he carried the team fights. Because what we didn't see, because he played well, is that big echo into comeback potential.
Okay, we keep talking about the Shaker, and we've said how rough his game was, but Purge himself is going to break it down a little bit more as to why these things happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, that was the most integral part of the game, in my opinion, for Nigma Galaxy going forward, and it all started with their draft, basically. They picked supports that were going to win the side lanes, and then in the last pick, they shifted the Muerta from an expected +4 into a mid lane against the Earthshaker. And if you've been watching this clip, he has been right-clicking the crap out of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say has done a great job getting last hits, and frankly, throughout the laning stage, the first like 5 or 6 minutes, he does a great job getting last hits and denies as a whole. But the constant pressure from Sumail that comes is causing him to spend more money on regen and make different decisions that he normally wouldn't want to make. So this pressure from Sumail's not spending money on resources. He does not buy a bottle. Nothing to Say does purchase a bottle for himself because he just needs it. Every time he's going for last hits and Sumail's abilities off cooldown, he's going to hit that to get some nice harass in with right clicks. Even watch this range creep here. This one that he's going to, Nothing to Say is going to want to go for a deny here if he can manage it. But if he approaches at all, he has to worry about this nuke into multiple right-click every single time that he ends up approaching. So this shifts at the 2-minute mark. That's the first water runes coming. Sumail even gets to get his own water rune. Again, he hasn't bought any resources other than a single set of tangos. And Nothing to Say on the other side doesn't get to refill his bottle a single time. The supports won their lanes, and then the Bane's going to rotate towards the bot rune. Towards the top rune, and the Clock can also do the same on the bot rune. So Nothing to Say just doesn't even get access to refilling his bottle, which is getting him farther and farther behind with regen. And this obviously cascades even farther. Here's the 4-minute mark, same thing, Clockwork, Bane moving to the water runes. They end up collapsing and getting a kill on Nothing to Say a little bit later. Kind of interestingly, they actually sent the Wolves all the way across the map to also participate in this. That's after Nothing to Say comes back. And the tough thing is that if you look at the map, this Sentry Ward here blocked the Ancient Camp. That Sentry Ward died of old age, and normally when you're playing in mid Earthshaker, what you're anticipating getting out of the map is a laning stage into an Echo Slam on the Ancient Creeps. That just didn't happen this game. So he had a rough lane, got harassed constantly. Sumail went the greediest possible item, which was going to be Helm the Dominator. He took the Earthshaker's mid tower at 9 minutes, which basically means that Nothing to Say now has even less space on the map to get things done. He doesn't have an Echo Slam combo to get himself gold, and then to make things worse, his first couple of ganks don't go so well. So that was why he got so far behind. Less levels, less gold, less everything, and Enigma Galaxy got to do exactly what they wanted.
A fantastic breakdown from Purge, really eye-opening about why that Blink Dagger for reveal was actually so important, why we should have seen them commit a little bit more on getting that kill.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention, every time we go to Purge, it's like the weatherman that's like, devastating hurricane in Florida. It's always like, here's how the most devastating thing happened.
No.
Like, so I didn't notice the Ancients being blocked. But
not that bad.
They learned a lesson. Yesterday when they were playing against BB Team, that game number 1, they tried to invade into Earthshaker's triangle, and they got one hero immediately deleted from the game. So this time around, they were just, well, let's take it slowly. Let's just put a sentry down. It's a much easier approach, and they also did manage to shut him down completely in that mid lane, killing his tower, which resulted in NTS not having a game. I was checking the numbers. He only did 7,000 damage as Earthshaker.
Yeah, devastating news. I don't know if that's the time that we wanted to drop it as our teams are walking back out on stage. Tidebound hopefully going to be able to find some energy, find some new strats for themselves. Enigma Galaxy, well, they're getting a lot of cheers, a lot of waves from the fans as well here. And I have the question mark about this Earthshaker coming into the tournament. Everyone had their eyes on him. It felt like he was doing great in the road to the international playoffs, but now that we're on stage, it's not garnering the same success. More things about blocking Ancients, more things about bullying in mid matchups just aren't going the way of this hero having the good setup it needs.
I think NGX is just smart. They found a counter. Like, I legitimately think if Earthshaker comes out again, they're going to pick Muerta mid. To me, this looked like a counter. Like, all of these little plays.
I thought you were going to say if someone's going to be picking Earthshaker, they're going to be banning out Clockwork.
Yeah, that was also looking like
he was definitely going to say that, yeah.
They banned Queen of Pain, which has looked good against Earthshaker, and I think heroes fall out of favor whenever they're really overpowered, when there are like 2 to 3 really good solutions to them, because then there's always going to be one where you can't ban it. Like, you can't ban them all, and this is when a hero falls out of meta. So maybe the stock in Earthshaker should just go down, or we should start seeing it be flexed more to the other roles like we keep talking about, but it seems like it never happens.
I mean, it's the lane, right? I think they exposed how vulnerable Earthshaker is in the lane. Maybe teams overrating the hero a little bit. He's still strong, but you don't want to open the draft with Earthshaker quickly because he can run into lanes where he can't really play.
Ranged heroes definitely destroy him in lane.
Yeah, like ranged heroes and probably blocking the camp. Those are the two things.
Those are the two things
you have to look out for. And obviously also the supports. You need to have the right supports to enable you to be able to do that.
But if you're an offlaner, there's a lot less stock in like committing to shutting the hero down, like in blocking the camp, because then you could stack the other camps on the side of the map, right? Like, there are other options, and there's like less value in like, okay, we need to get this Blink Dagger super early because this is our mid hero. We need to play around it. So maybe a flex should come into play.
Yeah, it's also maybe not relying on just your mid player being the playmaker. That's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Enigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound to get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Enigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Enigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. She has to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carry role, and she seems relatively good, I would say. But what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything. Kuro talked in an interview, it's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the King is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This is Muerta hero. If you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ags build.
They nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. You don't have the double and the talents, right? You don't have the
level
double.
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero slash offlane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're going to have to really be thinking about your support duo, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an off lane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the Epicenter and even the Sandstorm. Like, obviously, he does want to get a Blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients, but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this, like, Underlord, Earthshaker mid waiting for Blink scenario.
He also is, like, kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right-click so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the Sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Vayne doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. The magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sand King. I think this time around, Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well. You have the burst damage, like you can initiate on the hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
So you have Vayne to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sand King flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip.
Yeah, double grip, double burrow, which is incredible because then you burrow, you know, both targets, and then the burrow under. Anyway, the Grimstroke, you're getting like extra damage because burrow hits multiple targets. It's like AoE, but it works with the Grimstroke ult.
Okay.
But I love Grimstroke against Muerta because you get the innate where you can hit ethereal targets, but then you get a unit that's also magic immune. So the illusion that you get is like legitimately God. You cannot deal with this illusion.
Yeah, Phoenix also hates the silence, the ghost, you know.
Yeah, true.
You can't really deal with it. And they have a pretty nice Inkswell target with the Sand King. I think every time you see a Grimstroke being picked, immediately you think, oh, does their lineup work well with the Grimstroke? And right now they have the double grip and the Inkswell target on the Sand King. Undying, okay.
So that's a mid Sand King in the core, Undying.
Off-lane Undying.
They want to get a pipe. They want to get those auras instantly, and Enigma Galaxy immediately taking out Medusa. Like, the damage that they do have is really that great. Plus, you also have ways of dealing with Undying. Tombstone, Medusa, Gyrocopter, these type of stuff are always going to be
But
good.
at the same time, Grimstroke acts, you know, against Medusa.
This is another great illusion target. And I will say the same thing that I said last game, which is Team Tidebound, they seem to think that they need a Crimson Pipe Buyer versus Medusa. And Undying is an excellent Crimson Pipe Buyer, especially the Crimson, because all the strength that you're stealing is giving you more protection against these small instances of damage that Medusa is doing, but it doesn't seem like NGX cares.
I'll go with the crowd. I'm going to say crowd wants to see Ogre, and that's going to be the last pick. It's all that clapping, right?
I like how Lacoste can make anything work for his imagination here. What is your...
Wait, which team is picking Ogre? Just said that
think any, but
without even thinking
Pick Galaxy. He doesn't care. Any of them.
I mean, if we can have Morta mid, if we can have these Pudge carries, why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start drafting.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Both.
Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Darkseer. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane had already been shown in Undying, so is that still where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
I thought you were going to say because the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude, I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing, but then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now, full of jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. They're thinking a lot about this. It went straight from this clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there's definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you know, you can kind of hit the egg, you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Jug would make it.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so that's like two reasons to pick the job. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here, so their lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee calls here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now, because you can't kill the egg? You have 3 melee calls, and your supports are probably
supports
not
are
gonna
pretty
kill
bad
the
at
egg.
it. So it needs to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. You know, it's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's also Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these two drafts and these two teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're going to be looking at the trifecta. So it's going to be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounded compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Enigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball game, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tide Bounce is way better than last game.
It is.
We're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game one.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest hero among the
Yeah, he's playing into Mars, which he doesn't like to play Clockwork as well. I think these two supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Auras, Chronosphere from the Faceless Void. But overall, if Enigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these two supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their supports.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of drive for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from their coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们连续2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧灵奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在 TNT 上看到他玩过。就第1把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it, so Blink, I was wondering, do you have any message for all the people on this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going?
我们身后有那么多太棒的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大河，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's ultra carries.
The ultra carries are on the field. Now let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I'd say Faceless Void is an ultra carry for sure.
Fits the bill.
Indeed, it feels like it comes back every single TI one way or another. The question is, will it be effective for Tidebound? As already we're getting action planted inside of the cogs. That is first blood for GH. Feels like we've seen this before.
Yep.
3 of the same 5 heroes from last game for NGX.
There are some pretty meaningful adjustments being made here, though, that do give me more faith in Tidebound to have a better showing than game number 1. The panel was talking about it. I think this time around, possibly the support pairings they have will lead to better laning. And in comparison to the Shaker mid that you and I have had some trouble seeing the impact of, mid Sand King has looked very strong and consistent in this tournament, and also doesn't lose its lanes very hard. When you have bad matchups, you just pull waves, you farm with Sandstorm, you semi-jungle. So if that is indeed the case against Muerta, again, playing that melee matchup into that, this time around, I just don't see Nothing to Say suffering as much. He's also better at getting rotated by Clockwork.
Блять, ебать, вы гоните нахуй.
There's a lot of upsides compared to game 1. But that said, Tidebound again have a relatively slow lineup. So can Enigma Galaxy play the same pace as last time, then we could see the same outcome.
Well, they don't have a Lycan this time, so gonna be less action in that regard for sure. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a storyline. We'll see if it comes to be Cinderin, but it is gonna be mega hype if it does. So you remember we cast, it was Tidebound versus Extreme. Bach was playing Centaur with the cart, of course, which we're gonna bring up the singular time in this cast, I promise. And on the other side, XXS was playing the Undying with the save versus save. Undying prevailed. This time, it's Bot playing Undying with the grab ally versus GH Supernova save. Which one is stronger?
Yeah, good question. We saw GH having massive impact yesterday. Even though they lost the series, his Phoenix against BB team was no joke.
It seemed almost uncounterable at that stage of the game. It feels like you just literally can't kill Egg anymore. And the range that he had was insane. Like, you can't do much about it other than try to jump him and just deal with him outright.
I guess the one upside here is the only... They have technically 2 BKB piercing abilities on the side of Enigma Galaxy against Void, which is Hookshot for a little stun and the Stone Gaze. But potentially Void can kill the Egg. The panel was talking about how he almost has to do it on his own. Oh, nice find there. Planet will get him.
Indeed.
Blood Grenade.
Looks like Tidebound is now on the board for game 2. And in terms of the Chronosphere damage this time around, we've talked about that being kind of a lacking thing in some of these lineups. You have Epicenter, and what else?
Epicenter, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. It's not bad.
Does Tombstone, the zombies continue to spawn, I assume?
They spawn, but they don't attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's mainly the Sand King, obviously, but Grimstroke can be a bit of an X factor in those Chronos. It also allows Void to make plays that he usually can't. Giving him that Inkswell can be very powerful.
And how's Dark Portrait this game, if the Ags ends up coming to be for Planet?
I mean, it's really good against Medusa, so that's the only hero it's good against. It's pretty bad against Muerta. So you're not necessarily looking for like a soul-bind Dark Portrait. Just a single target on the Medusa could be a really strong ability. If you consider how teams are banning Darkseer when they're running Medusa, this is a more, in some ways, more reliable counter. It's just you have to get there.
Yeah.
But the Dark Portrait illusion is very, very strong.
Nightmare Force so that the Courier survives. Omar already with less action here at the 4-minute mark. I feel like he was involved in 3 or 4 kills at this point last game. So Tidebound has certainly made some adjustments.
In similar fashion, though, the laning stage is still going well for Enigma Galaxy. It's not through kills, now it's just through the raw laning, but they are once again off to a head start. Shiro on the Faceless Void is struggling, 11-4 against Noob, 22-10 on Mars. This is, of course, a lane that you would argue favors Mars Clock, but probably not by this much. So I think a little bit of just raw outplay here as well from the side of Enigma Galaxy in their off lane. And that's probably the lane of theirs in this tournament that has leveled up the most. Noob was receiving some criticism earlier on for falling flat in some lanes in some games. I think on the big stage, he has been playing his best. And Omar as well.
Sure.
Oh, that is not an expected
soloed by Sumail. That is a huge deal. Nobody even came to assist.
Yeah, I was not even looking for this. This is kind of crazy. Sand King, like we talked about, generally draws even bad matchups. He's just getting stomped. Sumail 34-15. The Sand King only 21-1. It makes me wonder if this is a little bit of inexperience on Nothing to Say's part. I can't help but feel that a player like Malrine will just get more out of this lane as Sand King.
Right.
Like he's just playing. Sometimes the best way to play the lane is just not play it in the middle. You just pull the waves around and find a different way of navigating. Perhaps he's getting countered out by the threat of Clockwork intercepting him when he tries to go for it. But either way, the result is the same. Sumail with a 1,000 gold lead in mid at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like last game without the ganking needed.
Yeah.
I guess as Omar. Looks like he'll find Y. Still hasn't leveled Battery Salt. Still holding on to those levels. Has 2 in cogs right now. As the 6-minute rune is coming. GH and Sumail. Looks like NGX actually in good position to get whatever it is. As it will be a regen, so Sumail will be pretty happy with that. Close to his helm as well.
Блять, они отдали нахуй 4
He was down to like 20% mana. Just gonna get it nicely filled up here so he can keep that pressure up. Ooh.
Good dive from GH. Has Nothing to Say. We'll be using the Sandstorm and Inkswell to clean up this stack. GH will be taking a bit of that XP though, but of course the gold a little bit more important. We're only 30 seconds away from this Wisdom Shrine play as well. It feels like so consistently in this tournament, at the first Wisdom Shrine, it feels like we have several supports at like level 3, sometimes level 2 even. It feels
yeah.
Like just all this roaming, I suppose, just hurting their levels overall.
It's really important for both teams to try to get one here. Bach under some pressure. He's actually getting cooked. Gets a double decay though, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Sunray pretty strong. Dive to follow. Mystic Snake as well. He gets up another Soul Rip and will walk away. It looks like both Wisdom Shrines will be traded.
Yeah.
He's going for the Helm of Dom on the Undying.
Standard.
Let's get a shout out to Helm of the Dom, everybody. All right, mixed reaction. Okay.
There's one guy very loudly booing. I love that.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, I feel like.
Can we get a boo for Suns fans taste an item?
Okay.
Oh,
hey, my favorite
that's
item
what
is
I'm talking
Aghanim
about.
Scepter, so you're just fooling yourselves here, all right? And Shiro. I mean, at what point can Faceless Voids join the fight these days? Do you, like, obviously old days need to be stacked.
Right.
But this time around, it feels like you do need to get into the action a little bit earlier. Speaking of which, Nightmare onto Noob. Level 6 has the arena. Uses the spear as Shiro does have Chrono if they need it, but this is a 1 versus 3. So Noob will be brought down. Will be to Y on the Bane.
It's a 3v1. You at least don't have to use Chrono there for the Faceless Void. The hero is able to join earlier. Obviously, the Helm of the Dominator build really helps with that, working in the Chronosphere and doing some extra damage. Nothing to say. Ooh. Yeah, that's better to be a Sand King than a Shaker there. Indeed. Actually getting out. But Void can't do it on his own in the Chrono for a very long time, so again, you're kind of reliant on team damage. If Sand King's game is as weak as it is right now, you're very far from a Blink on NCS, and he's not realistically doing meaningful damage in Chrono without a dagger. So then what do you really have? A Grimstroke Nuke and an Inkswell? It's not all that inspiring. And again, how do you kill Medusa? I think that's my big question once more.
Yeah, we can come back to that as well. As the calling place from Sumail, they want to try to do something about this ancient stack. Deadshot does miss, but Y taking pretty heavy damage as the Pinecone will continue autonomously, it feels. Burrow strike onto Omar.
А чё он не мог раньше стаки нажать, как бы убил его?
Has come to make sure that he does not get out with his life. So the clockwork death as Cone is continuing the pressure on the Y. He'll finally get some reinforcements for this pesky creep.
If that fire spirit would have hit, he would have died.
Jeez. Nobody wants to deal with this bad boy.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the neutral team, yeah, they weren't happy with him, so. They ran out of zombies to attack, and now they're just seeing everyone as a zombie.
And nothing to say, he's going to get most of these. Sumail, though, doing a good job of taking a few and disrupting this farm session for Tidebound.
I will say it's been a little bit interesting to see some of the stubbornness in drafts. Earlier this tournament, of course, we saw Heroic against Yakuto brothers to get to this main stage. Yakuto let Meepo through twice and just got owned by it twice in a row. And now you have this series with Tidebound against Enigma Galaxy, just got handled by Medusa. And in this second game, potentially the same thing could happen. I don't think you've counterpicked it much more than last game. It's a bit better, but slightly worrisome for the side of Tidebound, whether they came to the right conclusions after game one. You're not getting a third chance. Got to deliver in this individual game or you are going home.
Indeed. And in terms of Noob's performance, obviously he's playing the Mars this game. We've talked about it in a couple of our casts in the past. It feels like he's been pretty inconsistent. Where would you put Mars on his list, though? It feels like he is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been one of his best heroes this tournament, but the hero in itself, it's also one of those heroes where it's really easy to look bad because the spear is so telegraphed and so iconic that if you miss 2 or 3 spears in a row, you might be like, man, I'm having an awful game. But we've had games in this tournament.
Oh, Arena comes out with the reinforcements as well. Shiro's in a bit of trouble. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Sumail showing up.
Oh, the re-silence
there. And Y looks to be next on the list for NGX. They're going to be able to get 2 kills here. And obviously the big one onto Shiro.
That was really nicely set up with the calling. Gets the silence, and as it's breaking, the dead shot from Sumail, perfect for the re-silence. Needed both of those to land. And now this is also going to give them a tier 1 tower, most likely. I don't know if Tidebound can really muster any defense here. They're trying to get the trade. Bach with his own Warpine Raider down the bottom. Going to work, and well, they might try to defend. At least Bane has TP'd up here, but he's no threat. He's going to need some backup if you want to truly defend this. I don't think the Hellbear Smasher is going to give up anytime soon. Just kidding, it'll give
Блядь,
up.
просто диффуза соберите, убить Медузу Захарона, все на. Диффуза, блядь.
Pretty crazy.
Просто диффузал, блядь. Нахуй тебе молнии.
This one is taking considerable damage as well, but you see NGX just kind of
Что, 3-2-2 что или
chilling a bit at the moment.
Compared to game 1, I really look forward to the later team fights here in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, because I think this time it's less clear-cut. First of all, whether Nothing to Say is going to find impact. In the last game on Shaker, he was really struggling. Oh, hang on, might have to wait with that. GH might just get chronoed here.
Chrono shows up, and actually it's a chrono onto 2, so Noob can't do too much. That's going to be a freebie for Tidebound.
Okay.
Actually, a Burrow Strike finding Omar in the meantime. Gets off the cogs up. The calling comes out with the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a lot of damage applied. A hook shot onto the top side as Y gets stunned out, but Nothing to Say is the big kill for NGX. So far, a 1-for-1. As Tidebound now on the run. Arena is up, and Noob traps 2 members of Tidebound inside. They're going to be able to get the Tombstone along with the Bane, but Bach trying to go on top of Sumail. The Inkswar doing so much damage. Nice cogs, though, separating him from the fight. Sumail now in a fight versus Shiro as the Stone Gaze comes out from Ghost at the last moment with the spear to follow. Huge kills from NGX. They save Sumail, and they get the core kills they came for.
Wow.
My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Flawless spellcasting from Amar in this fight. He finds the perfect hook shot. He finds the perfect cogs. And on the flip side, Nothing to Say with the initial jump in the river onto the Clockwork. Have to question that one. He had no backup nearby when he went for that. You're going to see the replay here. This is when he just opened up on the clock, and they're trying to use this as a setup onto the grip, but as NTS is trying to make his way out of the cogs, he makes way for Omar for the interrupt. Now this is a nice 2-hero dead shot. Sumail is going to start being in trouble now, though. This was what I wanted to talk about. The Radiant don't have very good ways of destroying the tombstones. This is going to take Ghost a while, but he will get through it eventually with a little help from Noob. And now surely Sumail just dies here, right?
Yes,
but these cogs are perfect.
Nice Lotus coming out as well. I believe that was from Ghost, actually. And the volley to trap Shiro in. Man, that was a crazy fight. Meanwhile, GH dies in live play. But this team fight puts NGX ahead so far in this game too.
I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. They've just been playing better today so far. I mean, draft is one thing, but you're looking at all the small engagements, the skirmishes, the map movements. One of these teams has leveled up and the other one has leveled down. That's a saying.
Sure, we'll go with that.
And Team Tidebound, you got to find your footing soon. We're approaching the same state of Medusa as in game number 1. Now 3,000 net worth ahead of the Faceless Void. And yes, while that matchup arguably is a bit better than what you worked with last game with a Gyro, it's still not exactly a great counter when Medusa is ahead by even a slight
Нихуя он
amount.
фуловый, блядь.
Oh, hook shot from Omar. Bach gets silenced as well. They're going to use the arena, but the spear misses. They're going to take out the tower in turn, and they might just back away as Bach is going to get reinforcements now. TP via the Bane, but here comes the epicenter from Nothing to Say. A lot of damage applied as GH will drop to the deck, and now Sumail slow to a crawl.
Oh, that's
Soulbind, a double grip to follow, and Tidebound have finally woken up in this series. Double kill for Nothing to Say, a 3-for-0 for Tidebound.
And this right there is the perfect example of what we talked about with how polarizing Mars is. You miss that stun, you lose 3 heroes.
Yeah.
You hit that spear, maybe you get the Undying kill and you just get out. Everything completely different from that one mess up. And they're not always easy to hit, to be fair. So a good counterplay from Tidebound, getting themselves up to an 8-8 scoreline. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but they just need something to start going their way, and this time around, Nothing to Say has a meaningful amount of net worth, and he's putting it to use.
Yeah, they're going to use the Inkswell Burrow combo. Do a considerable amount of damage, but the Yules is going to save Noob. Meanwhile, Nightmare to prevent Omar from initiating. As the hook shot actually does hit on the other side of the river, Planet stuck inside the cogs now with the Sunray to follow. Dead shot as well. That'll be a dead Grimstroke.
It's honestly, it's such a cool combo for Sumail to just be able to hit these dead shots all the time in the cogs. Saw the same thing in game number 1. Very well executed there.
Shiro working on his Maelstrom, still 600 away from finishing that. And for Ghost, who in that game 1 was uncontested for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yep.
And we'll be going for the Maelstrom as well. He's a little bit closer.
120 CS incoming at 17 minutes.
Not bad. Yeah. This Medusa seems like you need to do something about it at some point.
Eventually, Void in this game is going to buy a Disperser without question.
You said that last game.
No.
Well, not
First of
about
all,
Void.
there wasn't a Faceless Void, and secondly, I didn't say he's definitely going to buy it.
You said he will eventually.
Well,
we never got to eventually because they just lost.
He will eventually.
Okay. Late game Dotes, here we come. Oh, they actually see Faith Beyond. Has the cover of his creep here.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree that this game state for Tidebound is significantly better than last game, right?
Yep.
Like, you're behind and Dusa is big, but you can see the potential for the team fights with the snippets of good fights that we have had so far from them. And I think the overall value of Grimstroke in this game, it totally eclipses that of Snapfire in the previous one. Because this Ags that Planet is rushing can really change the game on the Grim. So he's missing about 2/3 of it. I say rushing, he's not rich.
No,
he's getting it first item.
Nightmare set up from Y. There's Nothing to Say with the Inkswell. This is going to bring GH down. As Ghost does show up. Looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane as here comes the rest of NGX to easily take out Nothing to Say. A good response after their Phoenix goes down.
Nice and easy there for Noob on the Mars Spear, and then immediately forms the arena. Sand King walked into him in Sandstorm, so that one is just a clean hit. And another great trade, and once again, Medusa just chilling. Fun growing here. Void will be able to catch up in a relative sense to the farming speed of Medusa once he gets the Mjolnir. That helps you a lot with keeping that higher GPM, but until we get there, expect Ghost to grow this lead now up by almost 5K. The entire lead, as a matter of fact, is sitting in the carry matchup. The rest of the cores are pretty even. Which is also interesting to see compared to the previous game, because it does mean that if Tidebound managed to find fights that Medusa is not involved in, you're not at an inherently major deficit, unlike in Game 1, where you were just losing in all lanes and all your cores were starting to fall behind. You have the pieces to work with here, you just need to get there. Sand King, 400 away from Ags, is a big damage upgrade for them and will allow them to kill in Chrono. So if they can weather the storm a little bit and accept the fact that Ghost will just have a free game, perhaps you can solve him in the late game.
Oh, this would be a huge kill if they can find Noob. Get Silence to start things out. He's second net worth in the game, by the way. Really good start for him. Shiro jumps in, though, with the Chronosphere. Sunray is there, and that's going to dissuade Tidebound from going any further. Epicenter combo, though, onto GX, but he gets the egg on the last moment. Can they kill the egg? The Mars Arena is playing.
Oh, the Yule!
They get the Yules as well.
Oh,
the
perfect!
egg stops. GH is alive as a result. Nobody has died as well. Burrow Strike finds the Medusa. Inkswell onto nothing to save. He's going to get hookshot now, and now he's going to surely drop to the deck. One down for Tidebound. GH, Sunray, right on top of Bane with the spear to follow and the dead shot. That is going to be 2 kills.
Damn.
And they can go for the Tormentor play.
Cut your losses, Tidebound. Get the hell out of there. That was
Да, блять, ёбаный Tidebound, фармите нахуй, чё вы делаете?
It's not just the Yule timing. He had the great arena placement to protect GH from the Grimstroke outside of it with perfect timing. And without that Yule, the last attack from Sand King will destroy the egg and make for a completely different fight. Clutch. And they also get this Tormentor now. And you gotta say, for Enigma Galaxy, the name of the game has been zone control in both games. This clockwork from Omar has been amazing, and now they're adding the Mars to the mix. Just really dictating in which way Tidebound get to fight.
Yeah,
Maybe got to question the Chrono, though. Maybe a little too early. Like, Sand King wasn't fully in range. He doesn't have Ags yet. Was that really the right way to start? That was on your initiative. You could have waited until you had Ags.
Noob has pipe now. His counterpart in Bach also does. You can see how much magic damage outside of the Faceless Void that Tidebound has at their disposal.
I mean, this
pipe
is
is going to be... Yeah, there's not much better pipe games you can ask for.
It's the best possible item he could have bought here. This is, of course, probably the Mars of the tournament we've been looking at has been XXS. Did go for this exact build as well in one of their games that we cast the Yules into pipe. And I think he bought AC after. In that game, he maybe never even bought the dagger. In this game, perhaps not needed. You've got Clockwork, and Omar's on fire today.
Oh, they're actually going for the Roche play. This is very risky. Rocket Flare is going to show them. Spear puts Planet back into the pit. Nightmare right now onto the Mars.
Are they out of their minds? Is this possible?
This is very
That
difficult.
is crazy. That is
Tombstone
actually
in the
crazy.
pit, and I mean, with that down, that maybe is enough for NGX just to go for this themselves, but obviously like to have it pick off first if they can.
Now there is also a pipe on box, so they have a lot of damage block of their own against the side of Enigma Galaxy, but as you mentioned, no Tombstone's a pretty big deal. You do have the Epi with Ags, and they are going to potentially try to contest this
This is a huge deal. 8K lead for NGX. Arena finds 2 for Noob. No follow-up yet, though, as Ghost is trickling his way over. Nice rebuke onto 2 to follow, though. Omar trying to disrupt the backline. Already the Grimstroke is dead, and this Undying is just evaporating. Double kill for Ghost now, and inside the Cosmos, Bane is just getting completely countered. The Undying back up and running thanks to the Innate, so it's a 5 versus 3, but surely this fight is over as NGX will be able to secure the first Roche of the game.
Man, what a total disaster for Tidebound. Again, I'm going to come back to this. Starting on the Roche to begin with is kind of wild to me. They have really bad Roche damage. It's going to take them forever with the Tombstone. Enigma Galaxy are not going to get caught slipping there. They're going to check it. And they just get it. Not only the Roche for free, they had to work less for it than if they had gone there themselves. They also get 3 kills. And now we are looking at a game state that is reminding me an awful lot of Game 1. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, it does feel like Tidebound, in part, have just initiated 2 bad subsequent moves. The initial Chrono on Mars down bot where they didn't have the follow-up damage, and now this forced Roche. Perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. This is uncharacteristic. We did not see this from them in the first stage of the tournament, but on the big stage, they might just come in with a road to TI score of 4-1, and as it looks now, perhaps just completely
Блять,
bombing
ёбаный
out
диффуза,
0-4
нахуй,
games.
ну ёбаный,
They
блять,
have not looked like the
сука.
same team from earlier in the
Void,
tournament,
где
for
твои
sure.
диффуза, блядь?
Which is weird because they have 2 TI winners.
Yeah.
3, including the coach. Nerves should not be an issue. But NGX on the other side, they have actually leveled up as well, because we've talked about this team in the past as well. Their biggest issue is they're inconsistent. Today, they have been very consistent. And if they can play this level, they can compete with anybody. Why? Spotting Omar in the triangle, seeing a couple stacks as well. Has 0 backup, though, as Omar using that shard to get to the high ground.
It's a good point about Enigma Galaxy. If you think about their tournament journey in general, a lot of the games they lost, they were ahead. So in most of their games, they are actually outplaying opponents the first 20 minutes. If they have solved the mid-late game problems, this is potentially the start of something big.
Omar's going to get grip. Noob is there again with the arena play. Fiend's grip is continuing. They don't have any damage, it feels like. Pipe is popped, and just like that, the fight might be over. But there's the Chronosphere. On to GH. Stonegaze is not going to be enough to prevent his death, as Shiro does take out GH in turn. So 1-for-1 support. Make it a 2-for-1 as Y will tumble. Will there be a stun here on the TPing Void? No. Battery Assault down for 7 more seconds.
Nothing to say, nowhere to be seen for that engagement. They did not combine Sand King and Void at all.
And we haven't really, I mean, we haven't seen the Ags that you spoke about, what, 5 minutes ago at this point?
Hasn't been used yet.
Well, 3 minutes on this Aegis. How much can they get this time out of the first Aegis? Last time around, it was basically all the tier 2s.
Well, looks like they're going for more this time.
Yeah, well, there's...
Вы не показали, есть ли диффуза, блядь?
Chrono, like, no Chrono, no grip? In what world do Tidebound kill Medusa twice right now?
Yeah, Nightmare to start things out, but there's the creep at the ready. Helm of the Dom for the win. Nothing to say, jumps in with the Sandstorm. Gonna get that shot out of it, though. There's
some
the
nail with the
fortification.
Ags as well on Medusa, or excuse me, on the Muerta.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he is gonna have insane zone. The zone control together with Mars is unreal.
And Feeble's gonna make this a little bit more annoying for Ghost, but eventually with the help of that siege creep, they get the tier 3 tower. Tidebound. Bach is gonna pop his ult with the tombstone placed pretty far away as well. Pipe is activated though, as the Medusa getting pretty low on mana, but this is just life #1 regardless. Stonegaze already used as well. Now New coming in with the arena, onto 3 heroes, gets the spear onto Bach with the dead shot to follow. That is a dead undying. Nothing to say, gets hookshot from out of nowhere by Omar, as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. And this is
Блядь, надо было Амара фэнтези ставить, сука.
There are 2 buybacks still available, but a spear finding the Grimstroke, planet dead. NGX dominating again in this game too.
I mean, this might be Noob's best game of the tournament.
Absolutely.
He has missed 1 spear and everything else has just been absolutely pristine precision on all his spellcasting, decision-making, itemization. He crushed his lane. He's had some haters out there telling him he doesn't belong. I'm pretty sure he's making a case in this game for why he's here. Can't really put a finger on his or Enigma Galaxy's play today, just crushing the opposition. This is not even close.
No.
We thought this series could get interesting, maybe 3 games, you know, maybe long games, in which Enigma Galaxy has had a history of struggling. Well, the great solution to throwing late game is just don't get there. Just win both games in 30 minutes.
What did they eat for breakfast? They need to replicate this for sure. Pipe activated already for Bach, and NGX with 40 seconds on the Aegis, likely to play this disciplined. They will back away.
Блять, ребят, нахуй вы это делаете? Просто фармите, но у вас лейт сильнее, блять, ёбаный нахуй.
2 sets of barracks at only the 28-minute mark.
Блять, Void без диффузала, да ёбаный нахуй. Ну купишь ты ёбаный диффузал, блять.
We had the first stage with all these marathon games, and you're like, all right, we get to the stage. These games are gonna
Убить Медузу, это ГГ,
for some long late night days.
Yeah.
And so far, some of the shorter games on average have been on this stage. Like, some teams have just cracked the code of how to deal with the Helm of the Dom split push and slowing the game down. They're just accelerating and seemingly just have some really good individual team versus team matchups. Or the 3-day break, some teams have just learned something crucial that sets them that far apart of the opposition. I kind of feel like if this was a repeat series that we would have had in the road to the International, there's no way Enigma Galaxy win 2 30-minute games then.
Yeah,
absolutely
for sure.
no way. Well, just improving at a rapid rate, and they're starting to look like a potential contender for a high
Блядь, ну ладно, хотя бы катка, чтобы долго длилась, похуй уже. Просто долго катка.
Making them look like a walk in the park.
Блядь, Void, просто диффуза купи, ёбаный стыд, нахуй. Медуза даже баттерфляй не собрала, ну ёбаный нахуй. Ладно, отдали, блядь, 4 сигнатурки, похуй. Купи ёбаные диффуза, нахуй. Ты кто, блядь?
Yeah, maybe Enigma Galaxy figured out the secret breakfast 3 days ago.
Не, ребят, Тайтбаунд бы даже Медузу, ой, Бэтбум не смогли победить с таким подходом, блядь. 2 игры подряд отдаем сопернику то, на чем он играет. Проблема от Клока, отдаем Клока, проблема от Медузы, даем Медузу.
As NGX going without the Aegis, by the way, as the Tombstone is just easily going to be cleaned up by Ghost. This is going to be last-ditch effort. Tidebound need to defend, need to delay. They're going to smoke to try to get a good initiation. There's the Inkswell with the epicenter from nothing to say. The Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the ready, but the Stonegaze is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes on the Chrono, but the Egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail as one last dead shot for the road. Buybacks now fully expended.
Блять, как можно было дать Медузе нажать ульту?
By Ghost, who's still fighting despite not having Aegis and no mana to speak of, as Noob brings Bach down and likely out for the rest of this tournament. GG is called as NGX 2-0 and continue their run here at TI. Wow.
Ёбаный, блядь. Ну, сам виноват, ребят, надо было котировать.
Today that Enigma Galaxy might be leveling up after their loss yesterday and they would figure something out and bring their best. I would have not believed you that this series was going to take about an hour total.
Вот эти 3 прогноза посыпались.
Completely destroyed them both games. This Medusa strategy, Tidebound did not have the answer, and credit where it's due. These have been 2 really nice drafts from Kuro and the gang, and really not. When you look back on this series, there isn't really much to say about Enigma Galaxy making any crucial mistakes. They knew their limits, they ran something new, they're bringing this mid Muerta to the table that other teams in the future now have to address.
Блять, просто надо было ёбаного этого
For me, the player of the series,
поставить.
probably if I have to pick one, Omar on the clock.
Надежная хуйня.
100% stellar performance, and then this one, of course, for this
Ёбаного
individual
XM,
game,
блять.
gotta highlight Noob once more. What an incredible Mars performance.
Амар
This
бы
might be the best
задефал,
Fnatic
пацаны.
performance we've seen in the entire tournament, period. He was all over the place. And like you said, a single mistake, which is a hero that you typically will see many mistakes throughout a game of this length, but not the case this time for Noob. But they picked 3 of the same heroes NGX does as game number 1, and they still, Tidebound has no answers.
Yeah, it just seems, I mean, it is unfortunate, right? Tidebound had a great start to the series, now on the big stage, 0-4, not how you want it to go out.
Let's hear from the king.
I think we should. Sumail, what did you guys figure out? Because this looked so clean from you guys.
We had some calm issues yesterday and a bit of nerves maybe. First stage series, but we had good talks last night and this morning. I think turned out well.
I mean, you've been on the main stage of TI loads of times now, but what about your teammates that haven't? How are they dealing with the TI pressure so well?
I think they're fine now.
Блять, просто бы Вая
I
поставил.
mean, even for myself, I still feel it, you know, especially the first games with this huge crowd and stuff like this.
Тут с вардами.
It's amazing, guys. It's amazing, to be honest. I love it.
Do you have any word for the fans out there in the audience who keep cheering so loudly for you?
It's always fun.
Примерно столько же, но больше было бы шанс.
I do want to talk about your mid games as well, because Muerta mid, a little bit interesting from you. Where did this come from? Where did this Muerta mid idea come from?
I don't know, I just felt like
Как грустно, блядь. Просто бы
Everyone has their
их
heroes,
снова
I figured
нахуй
why not
поставил,
Muerta, you know,
блядь.
it's
Кто
dumb.
мог подумать?
It's very cool. It's looking really, really good, and it certainly got the best of Tidebound this time around. So, finally, now you move on once again. How do you feel playing in the lower bracket? How do you stop that getting to you?
I think we play better when we are on the verge of getting out, to be honest. So maybe it's better for us.
Famously so. Sumail, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck. Hamburg, let's make some noise. The king is back to TI!
An absolutely massive fraud with Marseille's arena here for for Sumail, for Enigma Galaxy, and I love it because I was going to say the same thing. I think Enigma Galaxy are a team that thrive against elimination. This lower bracket is where we're going to see them step up just another level. That's where they were doing so well in the road to the international playoffs, is against
Не, ну я знал, что надо Нигму котировать, но кто мог подумать, что они переиграют Tide-Bound,
That's how you win. I mean, we saw Heroic in the previous series as well, bringing in new ideas, new stuff, and that's exactly what the NGX did in this one. Double Muerta, double Clockwork as well coming up from Amar. It was very, very clean. This was just a complete stop.
I think Sumail learned from Kuro that he's underplaying the Muerta on purpose because this is tech. Like, what he did in this game, in both games, was very significant because there's a lot of these melee mids that are being picked, and he stomped both games against, like, two of the strongest mid laners currently in the patch. So, like, they cooked. Whenever they cooked this, they cooked well.
I mean, it's also the way they did it yesterday, right? Because Omar played the hero yesterday, and he did really well with the hero, and then they pick it again today, so you would think that, oh, it's going to be a support again, you know? And that is not.
Before we talk much more about it and move on, of course, with Enigma Galaxy advancing here, it does mean we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Team Tidebound.
Yes, thank you, Nat. I am here with
Блять, надо было,
Team
сука.
Tidebound. Very sorry to see you guys go out at this stage of the tournament. But Team Tidebound have had a fantastic year in many ways. What was the highlight of this year for you, thinking back to happier times?
非常遗憾，但是Tidebound这个赛季也有很多的高光时刻。对你自己来说，过去这一年最高光的时刻是什么呢？
最高光时刻肯定是在雪如意拿冠军吧，那个是我们就是这队第一次冠军嘛，对。
Our highlight has to be our win in Club Vision. It was our team's first win, and it was very memorable.
Wonderful. These games seem to be a lot faster than they were in the road to TI. Is that something that you struggled to adapt to, the games being so much faster here on the main stage?
正在舞台上的比赛跟 TI 之路的比赛相比起，会节奏快很多，是没有适应呢，还是你觉得对你们有影响吗？
我觉得主要是我们自己做的不是很好吧，感觉在当前版本，就是如果打得够好的队伍。自己打的阵容体系够完整，然后失误够少的话，比赛还是会比较长的。然后我们这几把失利主要都是自己做的不够好吧。
I believe it was because we didn't deal with it properly. For stronger teams who would have a better, well-rounded strategies and less mistakes, they would have dealt with it better. So I think it was more on us.
Так, Tidebound против здесь 47-44. Ну да.
Road to TI section
Здесь, к сожалению, не будет больше очков. 19-130 это предел.
Struggle to adapt to the changing in the meta, maybe?
相比起 TI 之路的比赛，你觉得是没有适应节奏呢，还是有其他的原因呢？
То есть мне надо, чтобы там было 100 хотя бы.
调整，每个队伍都有一些自己新的打法和理解吧。就比如说刚才他们的中单奶绿。然后我们就是没有，我们还是在玩一些之前比较老的东西，然后对对面没有做出很好的针对吧？对。
I believe it's because a lot of teams have adapted to new strategies. They're bringing out more new stuff to the table, and we're still playing strategies from before.
Я хотя бы Шира не поставил.
It's because we didn't have anything new on the table.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any words for the fans here in the arena and back home who've been cheering for you guys, who've been supporting you guys throughout the year and here?
有没有任何可以跟粉丝，这一整年来支持你的粉丝，在家里或者在现场，有什么想对他们说的吗？
首先很感谢大家一直这一年对我们的支持，然后很遗憾，这个比赛我们就走到这里了。这个确实比较难过吧，因为我们一开始也是冲着更高的目标来的。 然后，这个比赛还是很棒的。我们也很享受这个比赛。然后就希望这个比赛之后一切顺利，然后大家也能继续享受这个比赛。
Амар бы больше выдал, надо было, наверное, ставить их снова.
I do really enjoy playing on this stage, and I think it's a great tournament. We came in expecting to do better. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. However, for the remaining of this tournament, I do hope that everyone continues to enjoy the event and see some great Dota.
Wow, Bak, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. You are a Dota legend. It's a privilege to talk to you, and we're very sorry to see you go out. So thank you for the interview, and back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Bak as well. Even in a moment of sadness for him, he's still wishing everyone's going to continue watching, having a lot of fun at this international, see some good Dota. And I'm sure whilst he's sad with his result deep down, he wants to see XG, you know, go on, carry that torch for China. And there's definitely possibility in that. But unfortunately for Tidebound, seeing the potential of the repeat for Y or Fabian/Bak here is just not going to happen. An unfortunate loss for them.
Yeah, that was a very, very Bak interview. Always
Так, у меня, получается, были...
And I think the whole year has been good for them. Like, I really do think that they've
Смока, смотрители, руны, командные сражения, оглушения. Вай играл на... Ком он играл? Первый он играл на... Иксон, точнее, первый раз играл на...
Top 8 is still incredible. Like, this is unexpected results from the
region
region in general.
Нет.
Of course, when you're a TI winner, you always want more, but they lost to an incredible opponent today, too.
They did, and also when we look at teams that have already gone out on the road to the international, there is something to be said. Making top 8 is just a feat in itself. To get to play on this stage twice is a massive feat as well. And in this game, number 2, it going the way of Enigma Galaxy. We want to focus on them and just how their journey is on the way that they could make this work to debutantes when it comes to TI. Not having nerves now that they're playing their second series on the stage. This game number 2 was a big one. Seeing Sumail rotating a lot, helping those side lanes as well. Someone who's very familiar with how to play this mid Moiter apparently Winter.
I mean, it's definitely a new tech for me. You know, I've never seen it, but I could understand why it's really good right now with the Helm of Dom. And it kind of also punishes a lot of the melee heroes where you just lose the lane really, really hard against the Moiter, and she becomes this monster where the hero generally before wins the lane, but he doesn't take your tower. But now he wins the lane and he kills your tower with the Helm. So it's actually made difficult to play into it. And right now we see here's the first rotation. He wins his lane, he kills his tower, and then he moves to the side lanes to start being useful and ganking that main carry.
It's kind of like a Lycan mid in that way, I guess, or like a Beastmaster mid that you can move to lanes and pressure, and you can pressure your lane as well, or like a Mother mid. It's some really weird mix of playstyles where I agree, like maybe this is something that will turn out to after TI ends. Like,
Ебать!
because you have this lane dominator that hey, also.
Я думал, что хватит урона.
Omar cooked pretty hard in this fight. I think he's slightly underrated member of the team. We're not mentioning him enough, but his Clockwork performance in game number 1 was top tier. In the second game, he even did it better, like keeping them inside of the cogs, making sure that they're not dying, and also Sumail really pushing the limits of the hero. GH behind him, making sure that he doesn't die.
The spear as well.
The cogs, like this, it was just a beautiful execution.
Full team play execution. This S tier.
Yeah, we're saying sometimes the drafts, even if it's just a slight outdraft, that's not enough. You really got to get in there. You got to make sure the execution is there. For Enigma Galaxy, having those strong lanes, yesterday it wasn't converting into wins for them. This time around, it felt very flawless. I got to give it to the off lane just in general, not specifically Noob, but the combo of Noob and Amar, because Amar on his Clockwork was really something to be reckoned with here.
He definitely was. But Noob, I think this is also a player that is powering up with each game that they're playing, especially on the main stage. Like yesterday, he had some really good performances as well. But this performance on Mars specifically, they picked it on 23, and understanding that this is going to be a really good game for it. And look at how much he's going to be able to tank. They're pretty much using every single ulti on top of him, except for
ну надо было более стабилек, типа, мне казалось.
He gets the egg off in the last millisecond, and he's going to be protecting him with the arena.
Короче, надо было их снова ставить.
Also making sure that he's using that Yule Scepter, making sure that GH Nova is going to explode, and he's
там очень
a bit of a,
плохие статы,
like, his
очень
understanding of the game, knows exactly when Senki is going to go in, so he goes back and he's going to be ready to round up another round of spells.
3 прогноза схода по пизде, но зато один выиграл.
This fight is a perfect example of why you should play as a unit in Dota.
Ну там, я думаю, у всех посыпалось, я
because
надеюсь.
first GH saves Noob with the Solar Crest when he's getting gone on with the Chronosphere, and then because Noob is alive, he can use the Yules at the last possible second. He returns the favor immediately. Like, this is why you play together in team fights.
It's a big one there. It's something that I also think is being leaning favorites to other teams as well. It's something that's really hard to break apart win to win. a team gets ahead in these lanes, when they start working together as a 5, even as a trio that we talked about was important, how do you break that apart? Was there really a fighting chance?
90. Ну, есть шанс где-то, да.
I think it comes down to the team fight, right? And I already mentioned that one thing I got really worried about Team Taiwan is they have 3 melee cores into a Phoenix Egg, right? And it's going to be difficult no matter what when you have that type of setup against the Phoenix Egg. So in that regard, I think maybe some of the fights they could have dealt with it much better, but it was always going to be difficult from the get-go unless they somehow manage to snowball and get a lead from the laning phase and then play from there.
How do we deal with this Muerta going forward? Because now it's a big target on his back. Sumail potentially bringing that out at any point. Maybe even other mid laners trying to tempt their fate with it too.
They might. We're seeing the others copying the strategies, trying to improve them. This Monkey King position 4, suddenly 9 classes, bringing it to another level with the skeletons, blocking the camps as well. Now Sumail brings this Helm of the Dominator Muerta mid, and we might be seeing it just banned against him because the hero is doing way too much. It's not just the hero, but it's the combination between the two and the way he's playing it, how confident he's playing the hero, so you just might need to remove it.
I mean, it's also the style, right? I think it seems like you want to pick a hero in mid that can win the lane and then buy Helm, kill the tower, and you want the supports to follow you all the way so you take control of the map from the start, you know. I think that seems like it's really, really strong right now, and it punishes teams that pick greedy mid heroes.
This is my question, is not about Muerta, but it's about what other mids can do that playstyle. Because that playstyle seems like the counter to the current set of heroes that are being played in mid.
This is basically what we had a couple of years ago when people were buying Necro 1 on every single hero pretty much. Arc Warden with Necro 1, but you don't want to upgrade it. Same goes with the Helm of the Dominator. You do not want to upgrade it unless you're playing unless maybe you're playing Beastmaster, and people are trying to figure out which is the best hero, really pushing the limits of the strategies and which heroes can use it the best.
Everyone's adapting, everyone's pushing things to the limit, whether it's item builds, hero picks, exactly what is going on. Eliminations are done for today. We're only halfway through. We still have 2 more series to happen here at Barclays Arena. Before we jump on into them though, we're going to check in with Tsunami and Slacks down on the stage.
Absolutely, my friends. How are we doing, Hamburg? All right. Now, you guys have been watching a lot of Dota games here, obviously, and you might have seen many interesting items, the worst of which, of course, is Helm of the Dominator.
Я делегировал неправильно, потому что надо было...
I decided to test today if Helm of the Dominator is as good in real life as it is in-game. So we're going to play a little game. Tsunami, my friend, we have gotten 6 victims here today, and we have designed for them
Бля, там Вай почти
Helms of
везде
the Dominator.
стоял.
All right, we got 3 creeps here and 3 humans. Now, creeps, please put on your helms. Thank you so much. First, we have Lou Booglet, my man. Then we got Dark Troll Summoner right here, and then we got Centaur Conqueror. Here is the game, my friends. I will be in the center of the arena. Humans, heroes, you must direct your controlled creeps to me. Whoever gets to me first wins. However, if 2 dominated creeps meet on the field of battle, they must fight each other for 3 seconds with their frilly little hands. All right? Tsunami, spin our wonderful neutral creeps. Spin, walk them around. Now, crowd, I do need your help as well. If any one of these creeps makes it near me, I need you to make it completely impossible for them to hear their heroes. There we go, Booglet, spin around. So, if little Booglet makes it close, I need you guys to cheer in the audience. Booglet, Booglet, Booglet. Can I hear it right now, please? There we go. If Troll gets too close, I need Troll, Troll, Troll. And if Centaur gets too close, I need Centaur, Centaur. All right. Neutral creeps, are you ready? Let's see. Oh, spin that Centaur, spin that sickle Centaur. All right, neutral creeps, are you ready? Thumbs up. Oh, they're really confused. They don't even know, they can't even hear that. All right. Humans, heroes, are you ready? Okay, on the count of 3, whoever gets to me first gets the wonderful prize. In 3, 2, 1, let's play some Dota, baby!
Let's get started. We're making movements.
Neutral
fight. Hold on now. We're shuffling, we're microing, they're looking, they're searching feverishly. poor Centaur here. What are you, Falcons level micro? You're just standing there right now. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We gotta have a neutral fight. Neutral fight. Yes! Fight! Fight! Okay. They're on the prowl. They're on the hunt. I saw some contact.
That's slight contact,
You are so evasive right now. Poor Dark Troll Summoner trying to rally some skeletons off in the distance. The botlet hoping to evolve one day. And we got another neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Neutral fight! Okay. Okay.
I feel like we're getting close.
We are.
Little Boglet is on the prowl.
Okay.
He's hunting. He's circling. He's tripping and falling.
Yeah!
The Boglet!
Так, в смысле не засчитали? Сегодня много вышло, вроде обновили, засчиталось. Если не засчиталось за первый тур, хз. Должны было.
Congratulations! Falcons, okay! And I got you a prize too, somewhere. Here, you can have that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, heroic fans! Heroic!
Thank you, my loser creeps. We all can't dominate like the rest. What can you do? Thank you so much, everybody. We'll get back to the game soon.
Thank you very much to Action Slacks and the Creeps and the Helm of the Dominator carriers and Tsunami, of course, as well. They're on stage. It is time for the second half of the day. We've had 2 series with elimination on the line, and for now, we can rest easy. Nobody else is going home today. It's time for some upper bracket semifinals. And to talk all about that.
Блять, ну если экстрим еще въебут, это, конечно, будет.
Effie, we're gonna jump right into our upcoming first semifinals. We got P-Vision, we got Extreme Gaming. Excited?
I'm so excited. I mean, the lower bracket was really fun, but here is where we're going to decide the top 3. And a lot of the teams yesterday really showed what they're made of, and who I personally think will be in the grand finals is...
Сколько очков у нас получилось у топов? Тут еще не точно. 35 набрал. Окей, 35, 25, 28, 21, 15,
That's interesting because I can go be the counter one because I have XG winning this one and them going into the finals. Even like like going through the upper bracket, but I will agree. Also, yesterday I feel like a lot of games were actually 2-0. Same with today. I'm expecting this one to go the distance. Because at TI, and especially at this stage of TI, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, who shows up better, you know, who has like, who's in better form. Are you going to get some double damage runes when other people are not? Like, it's a lot about just the form that you show up in today.
I feel like this has to be the closest series we have today. Like, we've already had one-sided series in the morning. When you have XG and P-Vision, you've got XG, Arme chasing his Aegis, you've got P-Vision, the creativity, a lot of like first-timers. Like, this has to be like the closest series of the day.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to make it very close is how obviously all the players perform, and we want to put our attention a little bit more on 2 players in particular, Kezu, in the support duo of Extreme Gaming.
No, absolutely. Like, these 2 supports, they're so damn good. Like, first of all, they're incredible, like, in their own, like, the items they buy, what they do. Like, here, this is just some, you know, like some normal stats, average stuff, just like their devs, but I just want you guys to remember their faces for the clip that we're about to watch. And you're gonna have to bear with me. This is a somewhat of a longer clip. This is from the road to TI, game 2. They needed to make a comeback here on XG, and they did. This Rax is 1 blast away from dying, and it's mega creeps. So, this is how it starts. And pay attention to the spell usage. First, Disruption here is gonna dodge the RP from Amar. So this is how the fight starts. Xingqiu, Disruption save, super good. The Lincolns and Lotus also already reflected the first roar on Ame. Because our eyes are on Ame and what the supports do. X-Nova in this fight also leaps in and out. He's going to Lotus and Lincolns him again. He's going to reflect the Abyssal Blade. He feeds him 2 Lotus Orbs. He has a 4-staff from Xingqiu into a secondary Disruption, while Ame is on super low HP. Now X-Nova runs in again. He gives him a second greater healing Lotus. Because people were like, wow, you know, Ame, he's so good. He gets to man-fight his Lifestealer. But actually, in reality, it's about how they all play together. It's the spell usage, it's the items, it's the small things, how they kite in and out to actually come back in this game. There's very few teams that would have won this fight, let alone even made a comeback in this game to win it.
I mean, the critical thing is, Arme is averaging the 2nd most kills per game, right? He's getting nearly 9 kills per game. Like, he's going to the crazy spots of the map. He's doing the things that will allow him to shine. And if his supports aren't there, if his off-lane mid aren't backing him up, it will look like Arme is just feeding it out of position. So the rest of his team is understanding the aggression he requires. They're backing him up. They understand him. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Ame is he doesn't really have a particular archetype of hero that works for him. It feels like everything does. He can play the Helm of the Dominator carry if he needs to with his Anti-Mage or his Void. He can play for the ultra late game if he needs to with his Medusas and whatnot. Like, he's almost a perfect carry, I would say, in this tournament. You
And
can count on him in any situation.
Yeah, and yesterday he busted out the Klings. It's a hero we didn't see. Sure, you had the Slaughter to like amp him up, and I saw it in pubs, but again, like you're saying, he can play anything, he can do any build, he can play for any timing. Just S-tier player.
Yeah, and all the players here, TGAV, are also very experienced in playing on the main stage of the International.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time coming for them to find success story. For XG at least, we've got 7 TIs attended for Ame, including this one. For XM, sure, it's only 2, but he started in 2017. Like, they've had such long careers, yet to get the Aegis. And if there ever was a chance for them to lift it, it feels like the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, there is a chance that all these players with multiple TI attendances, this could be their one.
It could be their one, and on the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Extreme Gaming, Effie, but then if we take a look at P-Vision, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your veterans, of course, in No One and DM, who are no strangers to TI, but we've also got Satanic, 9-class, and Ducalis, who are almost fresh, you know? And it's a bit odd to think about, because Ducalis is one of the names we've seen in professional Dota forever, like floating from Tier 2 team to Tier 2 team, having his stint in Tier 1 and finally finding his place here. This could be the year for these players as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, no, Satanic did not play when he was, I don't know, 6? I can't do the math very fast. It was actually 2023 for his first recorded results rather than 2013, which obviously he's one of the youngest players here at 17.
That would be really cool, actually.
6-year-old Dota pro.
Yeah. I mean, but his age, like, it's crazy. He's 17.
Yeah, 17.
Like, having, playing at TI, like, already, what, top 6 secured, like, it's incredible. And to go back to the graphic we saw, like, on XG, you have 3 players who got 2nd place at TI before. It's Ame, who I think he did it twice. You have Jinkyu and Xnor, who also played 2nd before. Like, these are players that have been this close, and this time, I think, like you were saying, this could be the run.
Yeah. You also have an XXS who placed 4th, I believe, with Q Master 4 years ago.
Like, they have really high placements.
They have really high placements. They also have a very high skill opponents in P-Vision for this time. Because when we're looking at P-Vision and the games they have played, Effie, it seems that they have a large arsenal of heroes to pick from.
Yeah, not even heroes. I wanted to point you guys towards their styles in particular, because P-Vision are a team that aren't locked to one particular style. They can play almost everything. And so I just divided into 3, simple categories that you can look at for this TI, but they've got the standard drafts, team fight, combos that make sense. Nothing special coming out, no last pick heroes that will catch anyone off guard. Then you've got their surprise factor. Their cheese, if you will. Sometimes they'll get the last pick Tinkers, the last pick Broodmothers, completely catch their team off guard. And then their last one is, of course, the Satanic Blood Carry category, where their last pick is a hero, he plays an anti-mage, he wins the game.
I mean, I'm like super happy with what they're doing. Like, even in one of the first days of TI, I saw their matches with like the Pulse for Alchemist, with the Tinker, pulling him an axe. It got me really excited because we don't see it that often where teams break the meta, at least early on at TI. So this team, I love how they play and pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see them here on the main stage, because I'm sure they have studied each other and they have something in store for each other that we're going to find out very soon. Before we do so, though, it is, of course, time to get the teams on stage.
And we're back.
Extreme Gaming!
And we're back.
Extreme Gaming has not dropped a single series this international. It is the most dominant team, and at the moment they are on a fast track all the way to the top. At this point, you might be wondering who can possibly stop them. Well, potentially
Надо было Амара ставить, думаю, Амар бы высрал больше очков. Амар мог бы ставить, блять, спасительным рычажком, блять.
wisely and crush those responsible.
P-Vision is the team with the most LAN championships, LAN wins under their belt. They won in Bangkok, they won in Raleigh. The stage, it just amps them up. And yes, there are 3 first-timers here at TI, but it seems that it doesn't matter. It does not faze them, and if anything, it is helping them reach their full potential. Of course, still on the way to be some royal roaders here as well with them. We don't have a lot of those, Tigo.
No, not at all. But the way that Satanac's playing, he's so young, but he's averaging like 2 deaths per game. Like he's at TI, his first TI, he's just dominating. Highest GPM, 2 deaths per game. Like every stat you look at, it looks as if he's meant to be the veteran. It's like he's meant to be like the no one of the team.
He's so good. He's got that team spirit DNA back from Yellow Submarine, where he's got the Yatoro energy, where he can put a game on his back if he needs to. But also, after he joined P-Vision, it feels like he's developed that early game aggression, that ability to cheese. He's blossomed into his own player, where I do think you can finally put an end to those comparisons.
Yeah, like I've seen it a lot also in like a lot of the vlogs that they post. Like he has a pretty good bond with No One, who of course is the veteran of the team, who's like, yo guys, like, yo bro, after this game, like you need to chill it out a bit, like control your emotions, let's do this more next time to like, you know, just rally him and make sure it's correct. But I agree with you guys, like this guy, it's probably the best for you to be the maybe more so cocky carry player, because you're young, you're going to the TI stage, you're going up against incredible players. Like you need to just focus on yourself, and this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game, because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing on split. Like everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support.
Бля, пуч вантузом не попал, ебать.
For Extreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Palm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Extreme Gaming already, but Nineclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes
like,
coming out.
Like for sure, like Nineclass is maybe like the most, like, this is kind of what people expect from the post-4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, you know, like people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nineclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs that said the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put Nineclass with a different offlaner, Nineclass.
У меня 3 прогноза полетело по пизде.
Yeah, because of DM and his stability, Nineclass gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner and then Nineclass goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a different offlaner will have a struggling time. They won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like you need a good offlaner for Nineclass to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. Like when you have a 4 like Zincu, who's very similar to Nineclass in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do in that early game. Sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 post-4 guys who like share the least tangles in lane, or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy, because they're gonna play for their own stuff, you know, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, Beast Masters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that while we do talk about P-Vision support duo and how they're a bit specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, what crazy Nineclass hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah. 9class is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's gonna pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9class bingo, like 9class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff, because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in low MR pods and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
You just have to find a line of where does the respect become a detriment of your draft, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9class, if you overthink like the, oh, is Satanic gonna play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's gonna crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Extreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision, has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Extreme, I mean, they again.
А вы не видели эту катку? Ну, короче, было 2 катки за белку, и он сделал на белке ФБ в одной.
Doesn't know what's coming for them because Extreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again. They just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Extreme is, even from the interview you just had from Bach, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like they're going for Winter Wyvern, they have the things like, they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites, but I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra. But they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately
Нихуя себе, блядь.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Extreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Extreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies unlocked. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them, and maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9class have it?
And then critically in game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the off lane, in the correct matchup, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lane, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane of XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Ладно, давай, Ами, ты должен показать игру жизни, блядь. Долгая катка, 0 смертей, кучу башен. Так делает.
Like that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the wave, get yourself the vision going on. But also they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like if I'm Extreme Gaming, you could look
нужно, чтобы фэнтези поинты, короче, Марлин и Ами набрали по 50 000. Тогда я могу претендовать на 95%. Блядь, не остался.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is the hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get sacked. Whatever, just play for Yule's Blink, play make. Be that stable hero for your team.
No,
be that guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like you have these 4s that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, you know, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are gonna talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also of
Вы не
course his
видели, там
counterpart in
показали,
XM
короче.
in the upcoming series. But if we want
Сейчас я вам
to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking.
Показывали штучку. Короче, типа, что Кура ближе сейчас всего... Во! Сейчас. Closer than ever. В 2025. Это No One. Я думал, что это Куроки. Все, понятно.
The fact they go for the Enigma and the Phoenix ban, both offlaners for DM, but they're the offlaners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have Wave Clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive?
Мне нужно,
So get rid of them. Don't force
экстрим
Arme
ебали.
to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after 4 Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker.
Ебать, а как он так далеко прыгнул?
Yeah, for sure, and it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, you know, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff, then, you know, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding division. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're gonna play through. I do feel like Extreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans, I'm also completely on board. I think
Давайте, Extreme, вы должны выдать катку жизни, блядь.
A route also where you put flex to start. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot.
Ами, 0 смертей, много крипов, много высших. Тогда есть шанс, что он наберет 50 тысяч очков. В идеале, учитывая, что у меня слабый мидер, ну, в смысле, мало эмблем, мне надо, чтобы...
In the hands of XXS, very successful. We've seen 9class be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban and we got a Medusa ban. Medusa ban coming out for Extreme.
Already.
Правильно, Медуз лучше забанить, блядь. Вы же не долбоёбы.
No stun, it's no control, therefore the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20-30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed, indirectly because of what Slark is doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also with a disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You don't stack into the Static Storm, but I don't think he wants both. That would be over-addressing.
It's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, you know, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because you know this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision get themselves a snap, solid laner. You have low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want. Cookie safe. Just overall, probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Thank you for reminding me. I actually have XM in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if it's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slug, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please.
А чё он на себя повесил? Мог на меня повесить, я бы выжил.
For Ducalis. I mean, that's also
Disruptor.
probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side.
Лас Надежда, блядь.
Such a good hero, right? The fact that you can, we even saw Katomi
Ами
yesterday.
Марлин мои последние.
Into instant Aghanim. And then you keep kiting, you keep playing on Thunder Strikes, you're getting vision, you're slowing, you can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat, you want to kind of kite back to the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information, Disruptor will bring you back and go. So I think that the answer to Slark is done, tick, move on, now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9 class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was static, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early roach because you drop the tomb, you drop the snake. And I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
And then you would get your Leshrac on 18.
Then you get your Leshrac, exactly. But like, not now, but I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for and it's cool later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what TL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
real
it
bad.
up the other day. All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be PL.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? So we need to close the phase with our mid against the puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK. Or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast.
Самые 3 тычки по курьеру.
Do you want to play that against the Lycan? There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman jump, but to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like...
Так, хорош! Ами!
But pick up and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're gonna get in Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the troll hitting the ultimate, right? Like, he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor and Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Army to get the early Battle Fury, to get the early BKB, whatever, and then become kind of the forward-thinking player on the team.
The way that I see this troll pick is it kind of solves some of the issues that XG had, because when I look at PV's draft and I see this Lycan plus Puck come out together, I think, okay, this Lycan will protect the Puck, because Puck is picked into 2 counters, Disruptor plus Shaman. These are heroes that have the catch to stop a Puck from popping off. But if you're playing against Lycan and he's throwing his summons at you and you're a Disruptor or you're a Shaman, what do? You don't have the freedom in a fight to lock down that Puck. But this Troll Warlord, if he shuts down Lycan in lane, and just makes it so that his entry point into the game is later, then the Puck issue is solved by that, just by extension of Lycan not being able to create the space that the Puck needs.
Yeah, XG just need to hug each other. Yeah. Right? When you look at a 20-25 minute fight, it's be together with the vision, then they're going to look strong. If at any point they break away, have a weak formation, P-Vision will, of course, exploit it.
Yeah, XG, they definitely have this type of lineup where it's like they're gonna dare P-Vision to come to them. Like they're gonna go to a tower, drop the snake, drop the tomb, troll's gonna start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer?
Yeah.
And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick, of course, on the side of P-Vision. They're like, let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar for Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slardar very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential.
Блядь, у них шаман, это плохо. Шаман может вышки
And
ломать.
the last time that XM played Slardar, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe, right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early Pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the Snap and the Puck that PV are dependent on early game. And that Helm, you just play versus Lycan's Helm. You know, take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slardar to me is a little bit underrated, like because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft. Like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TV? Like I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Extreme have yesterday. Does the Slardar, it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Thunder.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're going to be chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts. I think PV found a very good last pick for themselves too. I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG, because I just like this idea of the Disruptor with the Troll to shut down P-Vision, but they have what they always want with the map play.
I quickly want to correct, it was XXS that had that build on Slardar, not XM. So maybe from the mid Slardar, you don't want to see the Helm too early, maybe the Blink into the Helm, but I would still love to see that come into game.
Yeah.
I just want to see this game get to like 30-40 minutes.
It will.
Like, XG with levels take great fights. P-Vision, as the game progresses, need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for...
Ну, я не знал, что я могу на
I
вис
mean,
применять.
it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to like kind of like do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well on the lanes. They're gonna take the early towers. They're gonna get the first ages of the game. They're probably gonna have a lead. At some point, PV are gonna have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need time.
And the Puck versus Slardar, how is that gonna go down? Because shouldn't it be Puck favored considering his range versus melee?
Slardar's gonna be chilling. Slardar's gonna be chilling.
Slardar loves that much.
Yep.
All right, we are going to head over to the stage, because before we get into this game number one, we are going to hear some words from Coach Stevie.
Absolutely, the crowd quite split here on this match. We got a lot of cheers for both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan player is still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Just better.
Well, let's relax. Goodness gracious. Very well, very well. Great. Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with cohort kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely. All right, my friend, you've had this crowd in the center cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well, should be one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much,
Можно даже
Slax.
сюда
Oh, man, this is
подлететь,
going to be
нет?
an awesome game. I cannot wait to hop into this one, Trent. I do real quickly, since we're getting all the players out there around,
No.
Dota's best enjoyed with friends, and I need to give a quick little shout out. I am today on my 10-year wedding anniversary, so I just wanted to give a quick little, I love you very much, wife and kid at home, and I hope you're doing good. We'll be home soon, but we are getting into this match, Trent. I can't wait.
Yes, it's Dota time. The fans are going crazy today. We got a whole section here cheering on XG. I'm sure you heard them there during some of the earlier interviews as well. Very dedicated to the success of their team. So we'll see how well it goes for them here in this draft. Last time these two teams met, they haven't seen each other so far this tournament, but a few months ago they did play, and it was P-Vision taking the win 2-1.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think that this has been so much stuff changed throughout the course of this tournament, and all of these teams now feel like they have a very different identity than maybe what people were expecting coming into this. And now, you know, if you were to ask me where I would rank these teams going into it, I don't really even know if XG would be in the tournament at this point, but they are very clearly becoming the favorites. P-Vision have something to say about that. A very confident Astini going into this.
Yeah, a team that's been gaining confidence for sure as this event has gone on. XG just kind of started dominating and haven't stopped, obviously, only losing a few maps through this entire event, whereas P-Vision, it felt like there were some struggles. They were having a hard time enabling their offlane duo and really feeling like they were getting a lot of both of these two picks. And as it's gone on, we're getting more and more of that classic 9 class, which, you know, he's always been the engine that drives a lot of the success here for P-Vision.
He has been, indeed. And I think, too, when you see him having like a good game, finding those courier snipes, disrupting what's going on, and of course in that mid-game window when people are looking for fights, he can be a real menace. Now the flip side of that is that a lot of times it feels like XG are just cool chilling. You know what I mean? And if they're just out farming, is he going to be able to set up for ganks from the rest of his squad to find kills? As DM is going to do some lane shenanigans here, already pulling the wave back behind the tower.
Yes, things one must do when you have a position 4 Slark player. He is well aware of what needs to be done here, as 9 class will just keep lurking around and being a nuisance down there. Maybe hoping to score some of those courier kills, as Astini said, you know. Now, I have a question about this fantasy here. You know, T, he said that if XM plays a blue hero, he gets more points.
Yes, that is true.
What is Slardar? Is that close enough? Like, that's a blue hue for sure.
I mean, it's a little purpley. I feel like it should count a little bit. You know what? I think it tells you what it is when you sign up for it.
Okay. Well, for his sake, I hope it's at least blue. You know?
Absolutely.
Help the guy out.
Gotta be. Mid lane matchup, as we've seen, going to be a little bit tough for the puck, but he seems to be doing okay so far on no one. And if there's one thing you can count on in this tournament, it's good. No one is likely going to be getting the most out of his lane possible.
Yes, I have decided to dub him the Terminator. You know, I feel like he was away for a while and he came back, but it doesn't, like, I don't think he aged very much. He kind of looks the same. So I think something's afoot. I think he might have like some bionic parts in there that we weren't made aware of, because he just came back and he looks as good as ever.
By the way, that is courier snipe #1, unless I missed one earlier. So we'll keep our tracks of that.
Man, Astini's a genius.
Да ладно, куда он
it's
так
kind of
далеко
crazy
ушел?
to like just throw it on one of your players in the tournament purely for the fantasy points, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, you got to win too.
Yes, куда он
Maybe
делся?
getting them a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be what you see. Blood grenade, boots, grab the whole wave, pull it back behind the tower.
It's disgusting, truly. And of course, that ward as being shown by the observers as well, of course, to help you snipe those couriers, right? Makes it all a lot easier. So they've got a lock on this bottom lane. They're so used to doing this.
And in the meantime, in mid, we're going to see this battle continue on. Up top, there could be some more action going on. You can see Xingqiu contesting this pull from Ducalis, while Undying is sort of battling out in the lane with the Terrorblade. What did you think about that last pick, Terrorblade? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming for you. At least I got to deliver first.
And, ooh, he's even going to get the D-ward on the camp there as well. Make sure he gets the block back on there, so lots of work. TB, I mean, it's a bit of a classic, of course, especially for Satanic, you know? It is always a game winner hero, right? It has so many things it can offer. It does have the opportunity to play in the early game if your team is up, which is really interesting, right? You can join for pushes, objectives, whatever you want to be there with for the meta. But of course, you've got this like mid and late game map control that comes out from Terrorblade that's pretty hard to match from many other heroes. That being said, you know, XG coming into this series, I imagine they'd probably continue their, you know, a little bit slower paced gameplay, but this looks pretty quick for them. And they have had some fast games, but this one looks like it could really get going quick if they get a good lead in these lanes, like the panel was mentioning.
Oh, it never stood a chance. Does he run back down as soon as it shows?
He's pretty far.
No, he's hiding it. Okay, nope, there it is. We'll
Блядь.
see if they run down. 9 class instead looks like he wants to stack the camps, which makes more sense. And actually, it taking that ring around the Rosie might buy enough time for 9 class to come back in. We'll see what he decides to do. Instead, he's making his way over towards mid. XM does get hit by that, and now a jump in. Only going to be able to find a couple of punches, but the blood grenade isn't enough.
Nice spacing.
Not able to quite find the finish there.
I mean, you're okay with that, though. Obviously, this is a lane that's supposed to go pretty well for the Slardar. Just Puck, over the years, has lost quite a bit of strength in that mid lane overall, but Slardar, of course, has just got buffed and buffed and buffed when it comes to being near water and having the reliability here. It goes for the coil mid.
Does have level 6, though. The jump up is there, able to find a bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player, and X-Nova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo, that was nice.
Нихуя себе.
Disruptor, not always the best hero to come in and save you in the mid lane. Not always something you can count on, but X-Nova makes it work there thanks to some fancy footwork despite having no feet on XM.
Very solid move, and Dream Coil down too, so that kind of opens up some rotations here too if they want to try and pressure Satanic, particularly pre-6. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but to get your courier sniped starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves.
Блядь, вы знаете, в чем прикол? Если бы я их снова поставил...
Especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere else on the map. Anywhere else but bottom lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets his items. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let that happen again here, but they're getting the trade of their Lycan also getting very farmed.
Right, he's almost going to have a helm completed, which could turn very quickly into that tower being taken down. So that's something to watch for here, as we are going to see 9 class. Still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. Xingqiu taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we going to see something where maybe they leave that lane?
It's just this courier.
I know.
It's like trying to find the Northwest Passage, you know? It's just like, where is it, man?
Nowhere to be found. Maybe a bit of a wraparound going on towards mid, though. They were looking for no one there, and, well, yeah, it's not going to be an easy jump.
Well, I mean, the coil back does usually open quite a few opportunities for Puck, right? Puck loves it when you get to catch someone diving your side lanes and you show up, Dream Coil, and turn it around. Not the easiest heroes to do that versus, right? Like an Undying, it can be a little bit risky to go for it if there's any sort of backup. Your Lycan's not really playing the tower anyway, so no one doesn't have this natural accelerant of just defending your side tier 1s that you like to have. But he does have these stacks to accelerate him that 9 class has been prepping for him. So this is also great, of course, just for 9 class, because as a position 4 player, you want to get as many stacks as you can to get that golden XP for yourself.
They miss on one of the sentries. It's just off to the left there. And so XG, after making that rotation with X-Nova, are not going to be able to make any type of substantial kill happen. And this could be an issue as this game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
Man, it's a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5. Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs. I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble, even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger, and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG. as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know, I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Astini having before leaving the booth, right? It's just like, you've got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down XingQ here. But
And
finding
onto
any
the
more than
tower.
that, well, they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. Xnova has a glimpse.
It was on CD for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
But they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming through the ancients of the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on Xnova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
The call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Extreme. In both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh!
A nice little move in. Xnova able to get the deny there on the tower.
Take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exicus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Dirge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to Xnova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
Is XingQ going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame, no? All right, this is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snakes.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Stack Storm. I think XingQ pinged it. So this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
No, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
Was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they are going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts a ward on the side.
Okay.
Whoa,
what? He planted the tree!
The tree
oh, 9 class.
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick
All
little
right, so
replay.
let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Now, 3K gold lead now, and Helm
then you
Slark
watch,
is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up a creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament. But I got to say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many, many choices.
Ducalis nearby with 9 class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's there.
Guys, that was just one helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so
Ancient
many.
Black Dragon.
All the bounties. Like, his fire pool just destroyed so many Ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The snake, it's doing work, but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon's still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there? And then the second one, right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there onto no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man, very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the Puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 class has been going for these like early Orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's obviously, it's very nice versus Lycan all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
You know? It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look to that from XM, and he's hoping to just get to his his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision start to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Slider, at least he is really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you, if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see though that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slider, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snakes. Dire are not even choosing to bring Satanic. He's coming now, but they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Dirge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and contest? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slider, you got Blink Zinq. Is he feeling a little crazy, perhaps? I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. A big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave. They try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer.
Ну не, ребят, мы экстрим гейм, если они сейчас...
Looking. Zinq, they need to get Vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that Puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. You take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undying now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane. Finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Xingqiu, he jumps and finds the puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
Нихуя, 130.
That's a nice swing for XG though, right? Like you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue. Take a little free pick there onto the Slark because he kind of has to play a bit of interference.
Путь против Рубика, ебать, я поймал матчап, нахуй.
Very good for them as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now third on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest like feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane while this is Ame's farm. It's also XM killing another one of these Helm creeps. It's been a really good answer so far, it feels like, in a way. He's still a bit behind, though, in terms of the network for the Slardar.
Потому что это путь против Рубика, блядь. Матчап.
Gonna Tormentor.
Tormentor gonna go down. And easily picked up for P-Vision. 9 class now having access to the Depth Shroud.
Oh, good.
and that's the one that really can start to make things difficult to play around.
Because he wasn't annoying enough already, so that's great.
Get another one? Oh, no, he's not going for it on XM. Working towards that BKB.
Yeah, this tier 1 tower is still very healthy in the mid lane right now for P-Vision. That's a helpful one to have. Keep this big forward vision on the map right now.
So, one other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of XG is that I believe this is Terrorblade most of the way towards a butterfly at this point. And Troll is still queuing up into a BKB after the Manta.
Yeah.
There could be some timings in here where Satanic is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the high armor is annoying enough, but paired with evasion, plus the additional bonus armor he's going to have from the Butterfly fully completed, it's going to be a bad time.
See if there are any changes that come up with the build, or if Ame is just going to have to stick to it. In the meantime, Lycan also gets an AC. Man, this timing is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is a very powerful timing. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Depth Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
For both of these teams, a win here would
Да
just
вы
be
чё, ребят? Ну
so
вы хули не
huge for them.
помогли? Ну ёбаный нахуй.
Guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd for both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event.
Ну сам виноват, надо было
Very much
купить этот.
one of those windows right now where
Lightstone.
P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Kala's put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
Nova underneath the ward,
Феечка кустами не попала.
and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Potassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower. It's, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you to smoke for that, unless it gets a kill in 9 class. Not quite. Because they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan, Wolves, couple Helm of the Dominators. You really need these smokes to make your way across the map. But it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly.
Butterfly and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure out if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, and 9 class hunting around, spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not gonna happen. So X-Nova in some trouble, going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now in Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Seal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right? Just use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully
Я себя запукал.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic going to be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing a Shiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they going to try and mount any type of a defense here? XXS steps forwards, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay,
do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! This walks away!
Little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now with kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton. Only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satanic's getting low, but then just
9 class.
able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
That was regrettable.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. You think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
It's like roaming 4, you know? You have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually gonna get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Yule Scepter lift up. There's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is gonna annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny tossback? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done, P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away as P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see how does the Depth Shroud play out in this one. Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Well, they only have 3 kills, so it's... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them though right now.
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below half HP. XM jumps in, gank the creeps. Charlie, it will take you to victory.
Такой фрибл kill. Как так-то,
It is so hard to get anything done
all
against
right,
this
hold
lineup.
on.
Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now?
Oh.
You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's a wise man once said, that's a hard fish to find, Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even his teammates know how good. It's a tip, tip, tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3-8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no.
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there was still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this envisation. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Troll Warlord, a hero that's obviously had some pretty crazy games so far. He's not doing too well today.
No, it has been a bit of a rough one for the troll picks indeed. And I think some of it is just this answer of these like agi carries that are coming in, buying a butterfly, and just walking high ground. And we've not seen answers to it. I mean,
oh yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're ready. They're feeling it. The crowd is into it, feeling the love for the P-Vision squad, and still a lot of games left to be played, but that was a statement.
There's still a loud segment over there. The XG fans, I know they'll be back. You know, game 2. There's of course some chance to regroup here, so we'll see what XG can try and find. I mean, they did change up, I would say, a little bit from their more common game plans. Like, again, they've had some faster games, but this one looked like they were really trying to hit something a little bit quicker, and it did not quite pan out.
Man, what a freaking amazingly dominant display from P-Vision as they take game number 1.
This was slaughter, or rather, actually, you even have a slaughter when the kill count is as low as it was. It was just calculated and cool, Kezu. This was just P-Vision in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, it was just very slow from like maybe even start to finish, right? But XG didn't really get to do what they wanted, like do well in your lanes. Didn't really happen. I would say P-Vision, they got everything that they wanted. They got the 9-class Slark, he got through the lane, the DM Lycan, he got through the lane, Satanic got to farm all the game 2 on his TV, so I feel like XG, they really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent on these lanes doing well because that was their entry point into the game. That Lycan would have a slower timing, that they'd be able to play without their supports getting completely crushed by the wolves, but every time they tried to go on this bug, that Lycan just covered for him so well. He just ate that backline.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where if XG don't have any kills to their name, it never compounds to a little bit of tempo. A kill with a Roshan, a kill with a tower, a kill with anything, any purpose. That's the whole point of Dota. And for P-Vision, the fact that they just kind of stall the game, chill, take the fights they want to take, reset, it makes it so much simpler. Like when you look at Puck, Slark, Snap, Lycan, Terribly with Illusions, like every single hero has a way to wait for the fight because the lanes are always shelved.
Dude, 9 Class is such a nuisance this game.
Yeah.
Like, we're watching, and I'm just looking at this Slark and all of these highlights, but he was just running circles around them, he was dewarding, he was drawing attention, he was forcing spells, he was pushing himself out of kinetic fields. Like, he showed us why so many teams just hate playing against his Slark and why they've been banning it for so long.
Yeah, and he also did the cool Treant or the Iron Branch play against the Disruptor that you mentioned. He would be already ready for it.
Yeah, and here they also, like, they did the Dominator. He had his creep in the pit that showed them vision without Extreme Gaming being able to see the Wolf. And you'll see later his entire team is tipping him because not only did he do that, he jumped in. He snatched the Aegis for his team. I mean, likely they would have won without this play too, but this was really like the nail in the coffin. And I'm a little bit worried for XG because I like the idea of this Disruptor and the Troll. You play fast, you try to shut down the Slark, which is one of his weaknesses. But even that, it didn't damage them at all. They just fully free-farmed in their offlane.
Already we see from the stats, right? XSS, right? A statement offlaner that we've been praising a lot so far in both the Road and the playoffs. What, 0-3 there on the Undying?
Yep.
Like, you first pick the Undying, it feels reminiscent of Nigma. They first pick a Nature's Prophet, the draft kind of comes crumbling down, the Prophet becomes one of the problems. Undying is the first pick, and down the line it's like, brother, you got 1 assist. It's like, imagine if this game you had the Mars or the Centaur, any other hero to facilitate the initiation, the fight, and you weren't hoping the fights around you. If I think we can sort out the game, right? Do you really want to run into a 15-minute offlane under? Of course not. Wait for 25 minutes, you can hope them, but when you want to break the game, you're already outscaling the Undying that never found the correct fight.
I would definitely prefer for XSS to be on a different hero in the next game because I think you want to shut down Satanic. Like, playing against Undying, it's very tailored what this hero is going to do. He's going to decay you in the lane, but he doesn't pressure you on the map because, yeah, I feel like P-Vision, they just got to do what they want. Play on the map. 9 Class, very deserving MVP on the Slark. Did everything he wanted to do. Succeeded with it because this game, this was quite easy for P-Vision.
Yeah, it felt easy,
yeah.
and I want to know in how much to a degree this is very impressive for P-Vision, which it was, and I do not want to take anything away from that. But at the same time, I can just imagine myself being the meme and poking screen with the pick or something. Is that unfair to say?
I mean, maybe a little bit, because I think like something happened in the lanes. I didn't quite get to see what happened, but their safe lane with Troll Disruptor not going this well, not being able to play through there, and also the Slark 4 making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
It's not like they lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle. Like, suddenly Lycan was left to his own devices. He got that bot tower early. That whole part of the map becomes open. Like, maybe they should have focused more on just playing bot and shutting down that Lycan, because when you look at that draft, that's probably what needed to happen. That's what created the issues with the map and the lane shove and not being able to take fights clearly. If your two supports are Disruptor plus Shaman, how do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan is just going to eat you?
You can also do something if you got the Aegis, right? 9 Class stealing it, sorry, but then goes Tempo as well, right? Like, if you pick that gives you so much more
like this just going here, if you go to the draft, you wanted to shut down this Lycan, that's what you picked for, but look at the GPM, look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his health completed, he's 600 gold ahead of the Troll. Like, this is what, you know, Troll and Disruptor, they want to win their lane, they want to play forward, you want to go through the gate to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So P-Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game, they must have, because otherwise you don't have this net worth in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
better.
How confident Estini was and his Lycan players. Like, you'll see why we have the superior Lycan player. And I think XG are going to think to themselves, let's not give this hero away. It's creating too many problems. Shutting down lane is not enough. We might not even do that, if anything.
Yeah, and then Kezu, there was one moment where we already thought it was going to be over before that last Roshan fight. When we did see P-Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like, it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like, look at all the buffs. You have a Solar Crest, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else, they're just making sure. Satanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion, give yourself the vision. So if you're Extreme Gaming and you find yourself in this position, like, what do you like? Look at this tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop it in front. I mean, Satanic, he's just gonna snag it up. They take the 3 racks and they chill and go back. So if you're Extreme Gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let have happen like this easily. You need to do better early on in the game.
Yeah, that was some free real estate coming out for P-Vision. And it does make me wonder that if a game happens like this, and it's, in terms of kills anyway, a stalemate. What do you do? Because someone is gonna get ahead from farming. And do we feel like already Extreme knew that they were getting out farmed Tikov? Was it the nature of their draft potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I've already mentioned they're dying, but if you want to have a stalemate game, you need to make sure that at the point in which the stalemate breaks, the fight is easy to follow through, right? With a Lycan, you have the backbone, the puck, you have the jump. Undying, so you need kills to feel good. So again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the aggression. Like, Undying's very predictable, very strong, but predictable. You cannot be this predictable. It felt kind of easy mode for P-Vision in the draft.
Maybe a big part of that also is just having XM on Slardar mid. He is one of the best Slardar mid players. We've seen him play it a lot over the years. But when you think about the heroes he's typically played, that he's shown on this tournament, it's like the Queen of Pains and the Leshracs. He has carry ability, he has pop-off ability. He's not just there to enable his troll or set up kills. He's something that can get a rune, rotate to XXS's lane, make pressure on that enemy safe lane, open the tower. His hero just did not allow him to do that in this game.
Yeah, and we must remember that for this first game we had, it was Extreme that had first pick. They went for the Undying. The answer coming out from P-Vision was the Slark. And we thought maybe Extreme's got good plans to deal with this hero, but it seemed like 9class had quite the field day. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shearer. Yeah, he had a really good game for sure. Fantastic game for Slark. This was a hero that was very popular with him 3 or 4 months ago. It actually got the hero nerfed, but what the main little refresher for what it does, you get vision. Now you know when people can see you, basically using a buff on your little bar, so it's very easy to kill observers. And what this basically does is it makes it very hard for high-level players to predict where their opponents are going to be, because normally they have a little bit of ward vision at least, and that ward vision is going to make sure that they can protect their heroes, they can have efficient farming patterns, that they die less, they get kills, all those things really
нужен был Аганим, наверное.
And 9class can basically play really aggressive for most of this game because of Dark Pact. Here's that really cool Static Storm kill that they had against him. This should be a 100% surefire kill, but what he does is he puts himself at the edge of the kinetic field, and then he puts a tree basically right here, and because he was on this spot, it forces him out. It's one of the only ways to get out of this ability, so very difficult to do, but the fact that he got out of this and stayed alive means he's still on the map, getting farm, getting gold, creating Helm of the Dominator creeps. I don't even focus on his Helm of the Dominator in these creeps and in these clips, because this whole time he's using it to doubly scout. He can go spot for heroes. He's going to use the nice puck orb with some vision to get an observer ward here. This means that now Extreme Gaming have to make more risky initiations to go into the Roche pit, because they don't necessarily have vision of how close it is to dying. That Centaur dies before it gets close. So ultimately, P-Vision just gets advantage after advantage, knowing that they're going to be able to start the fight on their terms. In this case, Slark escapes once again. Just a cascade of things that are really, really effective for P-Vision. They even get the shard, luckily, which worked out extremely good as the game continued. But before that, take a look at this map right here. Look at the vision that they're forced to play with. Extreme Gaming basically planting these wards. These are the ones that all these 2K MMR players plant when they're losing the game. Not high-level players, but they felt they had to do it this game because there's a Slark. He's going to be able to find those wards if they're somewhere else on the map. They're not going to be able to protect them, and then they don't even get ward vision anyways. So very, very difficult for them to play, but definitely the most crucial fight, I think, was this one here, where they got the BKB finished on Troll. They jump on Satanic on the Terrible, and take a look at the vision from Extreme Gaming side. There's the Hex. They're going to do his full Static Storm and a Kinetic Field, and they go on him with BKB Troll. But that shard from the Slark just makes him completely invulnerable during this time period. So they get a full disengage. The full BKB is wasted on 2 of their cores and all of their ultis. Just a really catastrophic team fight, all because P-Vision Slark did such a good job this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That seems like I have a very easy solution, Kazu, for the upcoming ban Slark.
I mean, it is a problem, right? Because you have to ban so many other heroes too. But I love the clips because it just shows you that there's so many things that it's hard to spot as a spectator, but you can feel it in the game. You know your wards are dying, they have TB illusions pushing, there's a Dominator here, there's a Slark taking out all your other wards. So for the next game, I think for XG, they need to find an answer for this Ghost push. Maybe you take it yourself or combo it with having a playmaker on XXS in the offlane, because something needs to change.
XG are a structured team, right? Slark is the best hero to break a structured team. Just ban it. Easy.
Yeah. Then we're going to find out what they're going to ban, of course, in the game that is upcoming. But before we are going to watch game number 2, we are going to watch another short film contest. Contestants, it is time for Dream Team. Thank you very much for that one. Another contender, of course, will be keeping them coming the whole weekend. And in the end, we will be having a champion, the best one. I hope you you have your favorite one in mind already. In terms of this series, we had our favorite in mind. And I think it was a little bit split in the panel, which normally insinuates, okay, the series might be fairly even, T-Gov. That was a grim look for game one.
Yeah, pacing is just critical. And I think P-Vision, they were a little bit, it felt slower maybe in the road. And at least in this first game, it has shown that they changed that a lot. Maybe Extreme weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting P-Vision to be as fast-paced on every hero. And when I say fast-paced, I don't mean kills, just to be clear. I mean the speed in which they scale to which you don't really want to fight them. Right? Because again, you might think, oh, it's only 6 kills in 20 minutes, but the way that P-Vision just choked the game out with, you know, Purge highlighting the slug, the way that they didn't overplay their hand, these are the things that stop Extreme ever feeling comfortable. We've identified multiple things, right? It's the mid Slardar, it's the offlane Undying. There's very clear things to improve on for Extreme.
I mean, I underestimated, because I favored XG going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up close to you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
And
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we talk about, you know, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up all the Vision game, the save is insane. Like, unless you have AoE damage in a way to burst against like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero, to me, was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
It also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no you, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening. And I believe the Leshrac was also last phase ban. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those. Try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because, yeah, I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that, you know, they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team. So show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted and they won the game 3 to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game and wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations. Of course, we'll have to see it.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style they played last game, they can bust out easily one of their cheese drops.
In the time they have minus Slark, everything's then playable. That's how I see it. Again,
No,
you don't have
zrя
time to adapt to everything, but with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Extreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Extreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Extreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick go on the way of P-Vision, and that means Extreme Gaming gets overall last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This is one of the bans that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
It's the draft as well. The opening of Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because it's the second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid later, but you can also ban us out with the Lashrack again.
Он на меня спирит весел повесил? Нихуя.
But I still like that they do go back for the disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XD respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From, you know, their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the light to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands up. No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always there to draft, and you've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is, you have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming online, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there is an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chun, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheese here. We're taking Meepo out.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hand right off specific area players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here, like when people get blitzed in, you want to save them. Also, Neta works super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide, I would assume you just kind of jam.
Нихуя себе, блядь.
Matchup, I would say you know what's coming, make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right?
Вот это вы нахуй их закомбинили, ёпта.
Pugna with Decrep, Life Drain, you've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Как я не пробил Рубика, я так и
Secondary
не
jump
понял.
with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the 4 GQ's hero could be what the Snapfire himself or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SD, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the partner, good answer. You have the Global Howl and the Nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure that they can
Да вы гоните,
kill the
нахуй.
targets they go.
I have seen this before. Yeah. If you're able to shutting down Lycan in the
Мне
early
жира
game,
не
it matters
хватает.
so much. Like sure, you have 2 wolves and a dominator. Do you think Brood is gonna care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very
БКБ,
nasty.
что ли, купить?
Normally when you have Brood Mother, you kind of want to play away from
Ну,
her web.
экстрим, но уже получше драл.
Now when you're playing away from her web, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shut into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. It is a
Так ты
really
его убиваешь. А нет,
where the
да.
map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little
Yeah,
better.
or do you just put the Lycan in the lane? It's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame like the absolute win condition.
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute rune with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game. But that is an option for sure.
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
You give him
standard
the
Ame
24?
hero. Yeah. Because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Brood Mother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Ame taking it, like this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in a sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, rushing Gradients. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at 13.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of the ban list. They just go for the Centaur, gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be playing so quickly. Like the first 2 items that every hero buys in PvE is we are hardest to kill in the fight and we want to fight. There's no hero that is I need to scale, there's no battle heroes, nothing like that. It's all skirmish.
So, I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safety if you want. Maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Ame Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolf Bite, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now, it is all on your Storm, so Ame, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can not play with Lifestealer and Best Farms. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the mischance from Brood. Also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero, he doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor, like there's no one right now going, don't worry guys, the aggression's coming, I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after.
Yeah,
from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the tower.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiant Spire, better Tristan, Alchemist, whatever. Because for now already, I think like XP are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your two supports. Because last game, I think Jing2 ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You couldn't reference any XG player in this stats.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. Like, it's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Broodmother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the build for XG.
Will... Okay, no, he's just going for the...
Ами на Bristleback,
big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal, but that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because like maybe they're looking to play for, like minus armor is quite good against Centaur and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristle.
Oh, he switched, thank
yes,
God.
He did, yeah.
I was going to say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was going to bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. The main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Extreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number 1, or do we have an entirely different game on our hands?
A couple of mistakes, and P-Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they haven't answered Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus all the other layers? Like, Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Extreme.
I like their game 2 draft here.
Yeah,
I think they have good map play. I think they have strong timings. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that Nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the Nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the Bristleback. I like what actually happened.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Extreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage for Slacks and standing by with that way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badao. Don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the international, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
巴导就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。然后这一场，所以我们选择一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has their strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Ame has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing did Dong, by the way? As I was watching your draft there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King, and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PP 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PP 当中，给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 BB 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, you know, Meepo or Thinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right in that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. You know, the guy's played a lot of games of Pro Dota. And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane, was the idea, because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6, so we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, you know, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a Helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played like, I don't even know, like, I think it was 5 out of 6 games where just now no one Invoker. Like, he just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time, as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane, going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing in some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is it?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a center war runner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something at this laning stage, and you're going to open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine, because it will be a double up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming. I'm doing the long walk, buddy. I'll meet you there.
Another thing that is very frustrating to play against as Ame, but as a Bristleback, he might try and go and connect this, and this would be a big problem for DM. They're pulling the wave already over, and he's going to draw at least 1 away. So this is not easy.
Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions here. Ame trying to figure out what to do.
As the wave pushing underneath the tower, and Ame thinking about, oh, do I go and do I pressure? Do I hit all these creeps? Both are kind of nice.
Everyone is like slightly better at dealing with this thanks to all the Helm creeps.
What is happening? They're pulling this one over. They don't draw aggro onto the creeps, it looks like. Oh wait, no, the creeps re-aggroing?
I think 9, oh my god, he stacked it too. That is just gross. I can't believe he stacked that camp while doing that. My class is truly miraculous.
Very fired, but not going to be brought down. No one does not have Sunstrike invoked. Could go for it. XingQ trying to play aggressively forward. Does he have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. So with 4 stick charges,
oh,
no
3 seconds.
Wait, he scanned?
No. It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, it is way too late.
That doesn't feel great though for XM, having to walk all the way back to base there. 9 class. Curtain dropping low. And with the glimpse back, X-Nova gonna draw first blood. Taking down 9 class.
2 games straight, I believe he's gotten that first blood.
Yeah. Без маны.
So another good start for X-Nova.
Все, ребят,
but he's you know, not going for the tree play this time. I know this.
Yeah.
Didn't feel it, you know. Thought it wasn't quite worth it. The branches are a little more valuable in the early game. Doesn't want to give it up quite yet, perhaps.
У них есть.
Be an expensive death if you die while also losing one of your branches.
Vision?
Yeah, true enough.
All right. So, Helm watch here. We got what, 3 coming out, I believe. Is that right? We're gonna have 1 on 9 class. Oh, sorry, it'll be 4, right? Because it'll be 1 on 9 class, 1 on no one, 1 on DM.
Хорош, Трон.
Do you think Ame gets one? I don't think so. Oh my god, Ame's going for a Battle Fury on Bristleback, actually. That is not something you see every day.
Modern problems, modern solutions.
Oh, Satanic in the meantime gets dove.
All right, there. We love to see that. Little squish on the spider.
Able to take out Satanic early is something that you definitely want to see if you are an XG fan.
They're coming alive. I hear them. They're recovering after game 1. They
Бля,
say,
неужели
that's
въебем
like
эту
going to be half
игру?
the kills of this game.
That's true.
We're already crushing.
They're ready. So the Wisdom goes over to XingQ while down bottom. It's going to be 9 class picking it up. Ducalis spots X-Nova. And that ward is immediately going to get taken out. So XG getting control of the vision here. And this is the benefit. Like, think about how many times we've seen teams just run at Ame and try and knock him out. You're not going to do that against a Bristleback.
No, that's certainly true. That's, I mean, he's he's gonna be looking like a lot of his other games, though. I gotta say, he's gonna be in the same part of the map. He's gonna be farming, like he's going for this Battle Fury. He's gonna use it in combination with Seeing Red. He's gonna have all this big damage. It is an interesting way to do it.
But a little bit of a change-up, deciding to go through the gate now. And with the Disruptor nearby, this could be an easy kill. It looks like they're just gonna make the move to secure the tower for the moment. We'll see if X-Nova is able to find and hunt down Satanic there. It doesn't quite look like it yet. So yeah, Ame just moves on in. Gonna take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane, and this push that they're building, it's gonna be a little bit tough to deal with.
I mean, he's only gonna miss a couple creeps down here anyway. He's still gonna get back for this next wave coming in, so not the worst rotation. Even if they did just abandon the tower, he kind of guarantees it's gonna happen. Snag the last hit on the way back in with the cool spray, and he'll just go chill back in his lane as 9 class tries to pull it in, but it's just more farm for Ame.
L1, Helm done. XingQ nearby. With Ducalis also, and everybody sort of converging to this lane together. It doesn't look like T-Vision are in a great position to fully come back and defend this yet. The Wolves scouting all of it too.
Do we know who the best RTS player is in Dota 2? Like, are we aware? Should they be getting signed to a team soon? Like,
there's a chance.
That's really the stand-in we need.
Absolutely. All right, XM backs out, tower down to about a 3rd HP. Every push does it a bit more. 9 class only level 4 on the monkey right now. Are they going to make a push of their own? The helmet's definitely possible, but it's hard if Bristle decides to team
бая, у меня до бая.
Yeah, he is the wall, right? He can just like pop on in
Так,
and make
но
sure
они
stuff
не
slows
пойдут,
down.
у них
I mean, we're
падает.
imagining some sort of an issue where
Блядь, а
perhaps he
насколько
has
реально
a-
мне
with
в
the
трон
Brood Mother, right?
пойти?
Where maybe Brood starts getting these kills at level 6. She's hunting down some individuals in her lane, but not quite there yet.
No.
As the wolf howls in the arena, XSS will continue his push into some spiders.
Bit of a gank set up here on bottom. Ame gonna stack up. Now, this dive underneath is pretty crazy if they go for it.
I think they need the Sunstrike.
Underneath the tower, Ame, do they decide to jump on him? The channel, there's a lift up disruptor. The first one that gonna get hit, but do they have enough to bring down Ame? I don't really think so. This guy is hard to kill. And at the same time, while this is happening, wait, maybe a minute, fully surrounded by 4 heroes, Ame, they jump onto him now, trying to blow him up. Where's the TPs? Ame living for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, I thought you might need Sunstrike, like, if he got help. But they just decided to lost cause. Say, whatever, can't deal with it. Let's just take the mid tower instead. So he does get punished there on Ame, and this is likely going to continue into a push, you would think, on that tier 1 bottom. Can't imagine there's going to be any sort of a defense now. So now we got to think, how do we hunt the Spider again? 1 death so far on Satanic. Can they get another with the help of XM Storm Spirit? And of course, the ulti from Xingqiu will be the other part of that.
Does have a regen rune ready to go if XM gets wind of where that Spider is at. No Orchid yet done, but is building towards it on Satanic. So something to watch for there, as 1 component is already completed. Still nursing this 2K gold lead. XG feel to be in the driver's seat a little bit in spite of that death on Ame.
Yeah, I think his Battle Fury is coming out right now, so not bad, right? You take that. 12-minute Battle Fury, obviously standard for Bristleback.
I am curious to see what the numbers are. Pretty sure it's the first time that's bought, but we'll see. 9 class tries to get out, and will be able to. If it's an annoying hero to play against, 9 class is going to be on it. No, that's true. And almost a full Helm of the Overlord as the gank onto the creep will be good enough. They take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Xingqiu spots Ducalis, can't quite hit with the bushwhack there. A little bit too far away on the low ground, and Ducalis is the one that takes the Arcane Rune. Xingqiu in some trouble. They heal him back alive. It's not going to be enough to keep Xingqiu up, and instead it's going to be the Pugna trying to run away from XXS, but the hits, they're there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients. It just looks like he's playing Troll. Bought for the first time on this hero. For this tournament, shocking.
It's such a... I want to see what he gets next. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9 class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Sanjin Yasha, and the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with Decreps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to go at all. They destroy the Storm, and, well, are they going to be able to fight into this? Satanic actually getting hit there by the tendrils of the deep.
Jeez. You know, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
That's right.
So you get jumped on, you just throw an Orchid into Sunstrike and say goodbye to your mid laner.
Wow. A quick blow up and XM punished. And without that Storm, the entire rest of this engine does not function.
It's just like, it's a house of cards. It just falls immediately. Like, you all just retreat back to hitting neutral camps. The second Storm isn't able to jump on someone for you right now. You don't have the levels or the items on anyone else to provide that same ability. And XXS, you know, as kind of expected, because that's what he's been doing, he's going auras. He's not going for that Nullifier, which is why I brought it up, because I didn't think he would. So I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this.
Блять, как тяжело, нахуй.
Now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon...
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty
close
close
here.
here.
Thank you, Crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like right now it's only 1 level at Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like it's going to get so loud here. It's going to be crazy. Wrong
Glimpse
city.
back.
Maybe next year.
Chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find the kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X-Nova. And now Ame running in at 9 class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukongs to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0-0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up, too, with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly, because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9 class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just like giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and they're just going to rely on Stampede.